Sure. You want? Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. We are live. This is the Common Council Public Safety Committee for the City of Albany. With me tonight, we have Kelly Kimbrough, Jack Flynn, and Alfredo Ballerin, and myself, who are members of Tom Hoey, who are members of the Public Safety Committee. Also with us tonight is Council Member Richard Conti, and joining our staff is Carly Johnson, Brian Jimenez, and Robert Werner, who is our counsel. Tonight, we will be talking to the chief, but first, we do have a public comment from Miss Irene, is it Gallagher? Solier. Okay, and she'll have a 3-minute public comment.
Good evening. My name is Irene Gleer. I live at 893 Lancaster Street, apartment number 1, Albany, New York. And I've addressed the public council before. I believe Jack and Kelly came to the breakfast. We talked about the aggressive panhandling. I forget how long ago it was.
It was a while ago.
But anyway, tonight, I'm here to speak on December 21st, Sunday. The National Union of the Homeless will hold its 2nd annual vigil, calling attention to the plight of the unhoused. I'm sorry, I have to, all right, you're all invited. We have a banner of names of people who die on the streets here in Albany, New York. John Woodbury Jr. will be added to that list. On 12/2 this past year, 25, he froze to death at Albany Airport, as you all know. It could have been me, if you knew my name then, but you probably didn't. Or my friend Vince, or Listerine Donna, or a number of other individuals who will go unnamed. Last year, Sam Fine and John McDonald and the local WABC affiliate attended and covered our vigil. And we thank everyone who has participated in any event we have had over the past year and a half. Tonight, our organization is here to call the new administration and all the council to action for all its constituents, I'm sorry. As I have stated before, housing first, as in Finland, where lives were saved, tax money saved, a decrease in crime, and an increased enjoyment of the area. It's called The Invisible People, and you can look it up on the internet. Next week, as Christians, will celebrate a holiday called Christmas. A man named Joseph, a woman named Mary, and their baby boy, Jesus, could not find a room. I guess they didn't have a roof. There was no room for them. I like to think of them as the first homeless. Or unhoused. I will speak more about the services and the obstacles to those things in the future speeches, if necessary. It's a cycle of poverty I am here to call attention to and to stop it. I plan to sing a song, but I don't know if my voice is in good shape, but here it goes. We're the National Union of the Homeless. We're organized, and that's a bonus. Our facilitators are the best in all the land. They see corruption and they make a stand. Many times they don't get rested. It's government waste that they detested. We're many members strong, you'll see. We won't disband till we have victory. Oh, we're gonna stick around till housing and health care and food abound. Yes, we're the National Union of the Homeless, and we're organized. And that's a bonus.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any questions?
No,
Now,
public comment.
everybody have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And welcome to stay for the 7 o'clock meeting and speak again to the full council.
You know, to be honest, it's cold outside.
No worries.
You know, Joe's going to be here, my friend Joe Pepperoni,
Yes.
you know,
Good.
and they're going to follow me.
Okay, thank you.
And your name is?
Tom Howie, I'm the chair of the public safety for
Oh,
this.
very
council.
nice.
Thank you.
And I want to say thank you, Brendan Cox, for staying on with the new administration.
So I'll entertain a motion to go into an executive session.
I make a motion to go into executive session for personnel reasons.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. session. Hello, everybody. We finished our executive session, and I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the Public Safety Committee.
I make a motion to adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you all.
Just let me know when we're back on. So we're on? I can start? Okay. Okay. Welcome, everyone, to the Monday, December 15th caucus and work session of the Albany Common Council. It's our work session prior to our regular meeting. Mr. Jimenez, please call the roll.
Adams. Anane. Ballerin.
Here.
Clark. Conti.
Here.
Farrell.
Here.
Flynn.
Here.
Frederick.
Here.
Hoey.
Here.
Johnson. Keegan is here, just not Chambers. Kimbrough.
Here.
Love. Here. Robinson. Zamer.
Here.
We have 10 currently in chambers. We are also joined by City Clerk Shaniqua Jackson, Corporation Counsel Robert McGee, Research Counsel Robert Wenner, Legislative Director Brian Jimenez, Junior Policy Analyst Alyssa Kamara, Junior Legislative Aide Carly Johnson.
Thank you. Okay, so we will start this evening with a public hearing for the eminent domain procedure law. It's a notice of public hearing. So we'll have the eminent domain hearing to start the evening. Then, let's see. I said, well, welcome. And after public hearing, we're going to take legislation out of order. We're going to take Resolution 145, 122, 25 by Ms. Love out of order prior to public comment. Then we'll have public comment, followed by approval of the minutes from the previous meeting. I'll be offering the December 1st of 2025 meeting minutes for approval. And next, we'll jump into local laws. With local laws held, Mr. Conti's local law E of 2025 will be under consideration. It's local law amending the charter in relation to requiring a mid-year update to the annual financial plan. Okay, then on to all my papers, all to ordinances. Held, ordinance will be taking up ordinance 168225 by Mr. Ballerin. It's ordinance, a USD ordinance in relation to a nonconformity determination process. That's 168225. Then next, also by Mr. Ballerin, ordinance 178225, it's also a USD ordinance in relation to exceptions for vehicle fueling stations. We'll be voting on those. Then next, we'll be taking up the bonding ordinances. It's ordinance 28-10125 through 58-10125. Ms. Frederick, you care to? Okay.
Okay, these are the bond ordinances related to the budget, which we already passed. Thank you for those that attended our Finance Committee meeting last week. We had a longer discussion with our Budget Director and our City Treasurer around our overall debt in the city and future plans in future years and overall concerns around the debt that we've acquired. With that being said, these bonds authorize the city to issue said bonds. It doesn't mean that they will issue said bonds. We've also, looked at each project accordingly and obviously support the efforts and the improvements to our city. So we will be voting on these this evening.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Frederick. The next ordinance is Ordinance L 61-11125 by Councilmember Balleran, USD ordinance in relation to parking lots in the MU-FM zoning district. We'll be voting on that. The next resolution is introduced by Mr. Clark. It's 142-12225. Resolution making a determination of findings under eminent domain procedure law regarding proposed acquisition of real property for the construction of a solid waste transfer facility. We'll be voting on that. The next resolution introduced by Ms. Keegan is 143-12225R. It's a resolution of the council supporting Universal Human Rights Month and Human Rights Day. I believe we're all co-sponsors on that. We'll be voting on that. The next resolution by Councilmember Clark. It's 144, and again, we'll be adding these by majority consent. It's Resolution 144-12225. It's a resolution of Common Council declaring its intent to act as lead agency for the seeker review of the Rapper Road Transfer Station project. We'll be voting on that. Then next, we skipped Ms. Love's ahead. So next ordinance being added by majority consent, Ms. Zamers, 146-12225. It's a resolution of the Common Council condemning the President's anti-American orders to the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement to engage in extrajudicial detentions of City of Albany community members. I believe we're all co-sponsors on that one also. It's by Ms. Zamer. 146-12225. And what I'll do is I'll just add the ones by majority consent when I add in the beginning Ms. Love's. When we're taking it out of order, we'll just add all three of them then. So. And that would be it for the agenda. So anyone have anything other than smiles? All right, so we'll take a pause and yes, you, hey, Mr. Balleran. I didn't see you, buddy.
No, I'm sorry. I just want to take a moment. I want to appreciate, so the planning committee met last week and we took on the issue of inclusionary housing, and I want to appreciate everybody's time that was there. I think it was like a 3.5, 4-hour meeting, and I want to say I appreciate everyone being willing to be in the room and have these tough conversations and continuing those tough conversations. I think it's broken that I feel like it's cracked some of the ice that we've had on this issue, and we've got people talking on both sides directly on this issue, and I appreciate that. So again, we are continuing those conversations. We're going to continue those conversations, and hopefully we'll get to a place where both sides feel comfortable with what's moved forward. But I just wanted to say that since we had a few moments before the meeting start, that, it was a very long but productive meeting, and I'm appreciative of everyone who was willing to be in the room and to put themselves in there, make themselves vulnerable to have these tough conversations, and I look forward to the continuation of those conversations. So I just wanted to take a moment to make those statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Ballerin. Any other members? No? All right, we'll pause until the start of our meeting.
counting down the dream. So what MC we have? We only have, what MC we got? Happy Hanukkah to everyone this evening. Start of Hanukkah was last night. We'll wish happy Hanukkah. We now call to order the Albany Common Council meeting, December the 15th to order. Can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams. Anani. Ballerin.
Here.
Clark.
Here.
Conti. Farrow.
Here.
Flynn.
Here.
Frederick.
Here.
Hoey.
Here.
Johnson.
Present.
Keegan.
Here.
Kimbrough.
Here.
Love.
Here.
Robinson.
Here.
Zamer.
Here.
14 present, 1 absent.
Thank you. And will you please rise with me and say a moment of silence, and after that we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance first, and then a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now we'll move on to our agenda, our order of business. We have a public hearing scheduled for this evening. Public hearing is unlike public comment. During the public hearing part of the section is when you will have 5 minutes to speak on the specific legislation that is being introduced. That's the only thing you can talk about. You'll have 5 minutes to make your comments. Unlike public comment period, the council members can ask you questions after you're done with your comments, if they choose to do so. So once again, public hearing, you can only be heard specifically on what the public hearing is about. You will have 5 minutes to make your remarks, and then once again, council members at that time can ask you questions. When you come up to the dais, just state your name and the town, city, or village that you live in. With that being said, can the clerk please read the public hearing?
Notice of public hearing pursuant to eminent domain procedures law 202 regarding acquisition of 505, 504, and 506 Rapp Road North for construction of a solid waste transfer facility. Please take note that in accordance with Article 2 of the New York State Eminent Domain Procedures Law, EDPL, a notice is hereby given that a public hearing will be held in the Common Council Chambers, Albany City Hall, 24 Eagle Street, Albany, New York, on Monday, December 15th, 2025, starting at 7 p.m., to consider the City of Albany's proposed acquisition by eminent domain of real property located at 502, 504, and 506 Rapp Road North, Albany, New York, the acquisition for the purpose of constructing a solid waste transfer facility. Please take further notice that the purpose of this public hearing are to review the public uses to be served by the acquisition, the proposed location of the acquisition, the impact of the acquisition on the environment and residents of the acquisition's locality, and other pertinent information. Please take further notice that the proposed acquisition involves the exercise by the City of Albany of its powers of eminent domain, either with or without a negotiated agreement to the property described as follows. Reputed owners, the Simon family, Irrevocable Trust, Jennifer N. Ragnich, trustee, tax map parcel number 41.00-2-114 at 502 Rapp Road, North Albany, New York, 12205. Manfeld Simon, Marianne Simon, and Jennifer N. Ratnich, 41.00-2-115, located at 504 Rapp Road North, Albany, New York, 12205, and the Simon Family Irrevocable Trust, Jennifer N. Racknich, trustee, tax map parcel number 41.00-2-116 at 506 Rapp Road North, Albany, New York, 12205. Please take further notice that all persons having an interest in the acquisition are invited to attend the public meeting, either in person or by agent, or to give oral or written statement to the, and to submit further documents concerning the acquisition. Pursuant to EDPL Section 202C2, those property owners who may subsequently wish to challenge the condemnation of their property via judicial review may also do, may do so only on the basis of the impact, facts, and objections raised at the hearing.
Do we have anyone signed up for the public hearing?
Yes, you do.
Okay, can you please call it first?
First one is Lynn Jackson.
My name is Lynn Jackson. I live at 223 South Swan Street in Albany's South End. I am a volunteer with Save the Pine Bush, an all-volunteer group dedicated to the preservation of the Albany Pine Bush. Save the Pine Bush adamantly opposes the taking of 502, 504, and 506 Rapp Road by eminent domain to create a transfer station. These Rapp Road properties are located in the Albany Pine Bush ecosystem. These parcels should be acquired and protected. However, these parcels should not be used for a transfer station. They should be dedicated to the Albany Pine Bush Preserve and restored. In addition, I believe it is a conflict of interest for the Common Council to act as the lead agency on this project. This project should get a positive declaration, and a full environmental impact statement should be prepared, given the sensitive location of the proposed transfer station. The Albany Pine Bush is not just land on the edge of the city. It is one of the rarest ecosystems on Earth. Fewer than 24 inland pitch pine scrub oak barrens remain worldwide, and ours is home to the endangered Carner blue butterfly, along with countless other plants, birds, amphibians, animals, and other critters. Its sandy soils and fire-shaped landscape make it a living reminder of both natural history and ecological resistance. The Albany Pine Bush is a sanctuary of rare beauty, and we in Albany need to protect it. It is very important for the city to protect and preserve these parcels on Rapp Road, just like the city has protected and preserved other land on Rapp Road, including the site and a proposed office complex and an existing trailer park, which are no longer there. I would like to provide some context and history. You cannot consider this proposal in isolation. In order for the Pine Bush ecosystem to survive, it needs large, contiguous areas uninterrupted by roads and developments. The more the ecosystem is fragmented, the less likely it is to survive. The original Albany City landfill was built in 1969 and is often referred to as the GAL, or Greater Albany Landfill. This unlined landfill was built in the Pine Bush ecosystem. Why Mayor Corning thought it was a good idea to build a landfill in the Pine Bush is simply beyond me. Mayor Corning knew about the Pine Bush, and it had one time even proposed having boardwalks built along paths. Save the Pine Bush, which I volunteer for, was formed in 1978 and began suing the city immediately. In 1988, the New York State Legislature created the Albany Pine Bush Preserve Commission in response to Save the Pine Bush's successful Pine Bush litigation. The commission was formed to manage land that was dedicated to the Albany Pine Bush Preserve. In 1989, the city proposed to expand the landfill north of the GAL on 25 acres of pine bush. Save the Pine Bush opposed that landfill expansion for a number of reasons. One was that the expansion was proposed to be built over land occupied by Carter blue butterflies. Does this mean how many minutes I have left? Okay. Okay. What I would like to say is that along Rapp Road, there are other properties that I have it in my written comments that the city has preserved, and that this parcel is really important in terms of the ecosystem to preserve. And so what the city needs to do is either abandon this idea of eminent domain to take the parcels, or they need to have a complete environmental impact statement written about this. Because this is going to further fragment the ecosystem, and it's really important for all the time and effort this city has invested in protecting the pine bush, which is a lot, and I won't go into all the details because I only have 33 seconds left, but it is quite significant that this is a really important piece to look at. The transfer station does not belong in the pine bush ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I have one more thing. Is it possible to show a map on your TV screen?
No, not at this time.
Okay, all right, just curious.
Thank you.
You want us to have copies of that stuff?
Yeah, I have one copy.
Ms. Jackson, a council member has a question for you. I think it's Ms. Keegan.
Ms. Jackson, thank you for all of your advocacy regarding the Pine Bush and for taking the time to come in and speak this evening. Have you been following the discussions around the transfer station that have occurred during the budget session over the last several years?
No, I have not.
Are you aware that our only alternative space would be to go to the port?
Why can't you build it on top of the landfill?
I can't answer your questions. I can only ask you questions.
Okay. Well,
are you aware that the process is significantly far along with the Department of Environmental Conservation regarding the site?
no, I'm not.
And are you aware that the only alternate location for us would be at the port?
I'm not sure I believe that that's the only alternative.
Are you aware that placing our transfer station at the port would cause significant public health harm to residents in the South End?
Well, that would, yes, and since I am one of those residents, yes.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and again, thank you for taking your time to meet with us. So if it cannot be built on the landfill itself, I mean, you know the Pine Bush, are there any other locations, any other parcels that are in that area that your organization would feel comfortable, it wouldn't have as much of an impact on the ecosystem?
So our position is that at this point, so much of the pine bush has been lost that every single inch of pine bush ecosystem should be protected and preserved. And I think that there are other alternatives and that people don't look at, it's every year they chip away at it and it's a little more, we'll take an acre here, we're gonna take an acre there, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. And then after a while, you don't have a pine bush left. Save the Pine Bush spent a lot of time litigating over the landfill. I won't go into the details, but it was a significant effort because the original goal was to make that whole place the landfill. And you shouldn't put a landfill in a unique ecosystem. You shouldn't put a transfer station in a unique ecosystem. And I think that a transfer station should not be built in a way that would impact the health of people who might live along the way to get there or people who live nearby. And that's what really concerns me, is that When we build things, we should build things that don't hurt people. So why, I mean, I know a lot about public health, but I'm not familiar with all of the health dangers of a transfer station. But these things need, you know, people live near there, out there. People live in the village of Colony, right along where near where the transfer station's going to be. It's going to impact people living there. I don't want it to impact my neighborhood, clearly, and I live near the port. But, like, why do we build anything that would hurt human health at this point in, you know, we should be able to figure it out. I don't have an answer, but we should be able to figure it out.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Can the clerk call the next speaker?
Isabella Kokosko.
My name is Isabella Kokosko, and I am here to read the following statement prepared by property owners Manfred Simon, Marianne Simon, and Jennifer Radnich, since they are unable to appear in person this evening. Dear Honorable Council members, since we, the undersigned, will be out of state to deal with a family member's previously scheduled medical procedure and are unable to attend this hearing in person, we would like to submit this written statement for the record. As owners of 502, 504, and 506 Rep Road, we write to offer some personal perspective, to express our serious concerns and outrage over the hasty use of eminent domain, especially since there was and still is ample time for serious negotiations. In September 1984, when we moved into our brand new custom-built home at 506 Rep Road, little did we dream that some 41 years later, we would be so callously and insensitively evicted through an eminent domain process. We always expected and hoped that it would be our place where we could peacefully age and enjoy our remaining years. Instead, we, an elderly couple in their late 70s and married for over 52 years, are now living a stressful nightmare created by a city administration hell-bent on acquiring our properties as cheaply as possible, using threats and intimidation rather than negotiating in good faith. For background, first, our parents who lived at 502 Rep Road and our aunt and uncle who lived at 504, then us at 506, coexisted, admittedly, initially somewhat grudgingly, with the landfill. We always enjoyed, and still do to this day, cordial and friendly relations with the landfill manager and his staff. Any issues we had with landfill operations over the years concerning truck noise, dust, odors, privacy fencing, etc., were respectfully listened to and amicably resolved. That is why we were flabbergasted and dismayed by the proceedings we now face. What started out with a friendly and cordial meeting in our dining room on Wednesday, July 12, 2023, between us and Commissioner Panuzio of the Department of General Services, Deputy Commissioner Gibbelhaus, and Landfill Manager Bach, has now deteriorated into an ill-conceived take-it-or-leave-it land grab based on dubious appraisals and backed up by threats instead of what we were led to believe and expected would be serious, respectful, good-faith negotiations. At the 2023 meeting, we were informed that the city had a renewed interest in acquiring our properties and asked if we were interested in entering into a right of first refusal agreement. Our response was, as it was in 2006, which was the last time we were formally approached by the city about selling our properties, and the city withdrew that discussion in 2009, that we are not looking or anxious to sell, but would entertain any reasonable and serious offers made in good faith. As a goodwill gesture on our part and to test the sincerity of the city, we agreed to sign the agreement, which expires at the end of the year. As such, great was our disappointment and dismay when we received the city's offer based on what we believed to be sloppy, ludicrous, and frankly insulting low-balled appraisals. How can we seriously consider such a proposal? We compared the assessed value of our properties from the 2025 assessment roll, totaling $513,500, and the appraised values provided by the city, totaling $447,500, which is $66,000 lower than the assessed value. It appears that the appraisals show inconsistencies and misrepresentations that are skewed towards minimizing the value of the properties described as follows. 502 Rep Road, 0.64 acres, assessed for $34,000, split into $15,700 for the structure and $18,300 for the land. However, the appraisal ignores the structure and is treated as vacant land only, valued at $47,500. Curiously, it subtracts $2,500 for removal of the structure. 504 Rep Road, 2.02 acres, assessed for $72,500, split into $19,100 for the structure and $53,400 for the land. Likewise, the appraisal treats the property as vacant land only, valued at $60,000. Again, $2,500 is subtracted for the removal of the structure. 506 Rep Road North, 1.11 acres, assessed for $407,000, split into $325,600 for our home and $81,400 for the land. The city's appraised value is $340,000, which is barely above the assessment of our home, and seemingly ignores the value of the land. Additionally, the appraised value is $67,000 lower than the assessed value. Given that the replacement value of just our home, which for insurance purposes is $654,000, and the lack of breakdown in the city's revised but still inadequate and unrealistic proposal, we've commissioned our own appraisal, which will be available shortly. We see no reason for this animosity, coercion, intimidation, or pressure tactics, nor is there any need for it to be an adversarial relationship. All we want is just compensation for 3.77 acres of lawns, landscaping, trees, and the comfortable contemporary home we are being asked to give up. We should not be expected to dip into our life savings to purchase a comparable home and acreage, as well as pay for any associated ancillary costs just for the convenience of the city. There's a lot more to consider in this transaction. There are human and emotional elements involved to which the city seems oblivious. Does City Council administration believe invoking eminent domain is the best way to settle this? What if it was you? Would you like to have your parents or grandparents undergo such a traumatic and stressful experience? Is City Council and its administration not concerned about the optics this proceeding creates, what precedents this sets, and the message it sends to residents? Does City Council really believe that this means justify the
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Nani?
Can I defer all my questions to Attorney Damon?
Sure, if they're legal questions, sure. Mr. Nani?
Thank you for those remarks. My first question is more so about the appraisal. We've been hearing that you guys are going to provide us appraisal of the properties, and it's been about a couple of weeks now. So, and I keep hearing that surely. Do you have a concrete date, and why is it taking so long to get the properties appraised?
My office was retained at the end of October. We immediately had the Simons retain an appraiser to.
Yeah, speak into the microphone, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, we immediately had the Simons retain an appraiser to appraise the property. This isn't a simple drive-by and give an appraisal as to what you think the value is. This is an eminent domain proceeding where you have to give the highest and best use of the property. It's not necessarily what that property may be used as right now. It's what the highest and best use is. So there has to be an analysis done to that. And they've done that, and we have an estimate of should be any day now. It's only been, that typical appraisal takes anywhere from 3 to 5 weeks. We are still under that time frame, and I hope to have it on my desk at any point. And once we do, we'll be exchanging that with counsel for the city of Albany, and we enter into some good faith negotiations. However, we just haven't had the time to have that completed.
Okay. Mr. Bauer?
Okay, so I have a list of questions if the council president would allow me.
I hope they're questions and not long statements.
No, they're questions.
The question is you ask him and he answers,
they're questions.
and you ask him another question.
So question one is, so this body pushed back and delayed the original vote to give your client more time. And it's now almost 2 months since that original vote. And there's people like myself who didn't voted for that delay, didn't vote for it the last time, who are kind of borderline, because I like talking to both sides, but at the same time, you're not coming with another appraisal. Like, if you knew you had to be here today, why didn't you tell your appraiser, I have to meet with the city council on Monday. You need to get me these numbers. Like that's very doable after you've been working with them for at least 6 weeks. Did you guys make that phone call?
Yes, I did.
So why did you leave yourself to not have that here today? Did you not think that's going to be important for us to have these conversations?
I know that's important. That's why I had my clients immediately get an appraiser on board so we could have a good faith negotiation. What we didn't anticipate was that this process would now be here at a public hearing in less than 2 months when eminent domain wasn't brought up to them until the end of August. That was never on the table. So it's not like they could have gotten that in advance in order to discuss, in order to have this eminent domain conversation with a good faith appraisal in hand. That was thrust upon them in October, and it takes time to get that appraisal.
When did you join the family? When did you take over in the family?
I believe my retainer was signed October 25th.
Okay, so October 25th.
Correct. And
No
I
one
had,
facing this.
and
you didn't-
we're here at the very first resolution, and I asked that it be tabled. I was here. My assistant came to the very next one. We asked that it continue to be tabled. Instead of tabling it, it was immediately, they put it on 2 weeks. It was quickly adopted, so we had a public hearing in less than 30 days.
I voted for it to be tabled. I didn't vote for it to be moved because we didn't get to have this. But now we're doing this because I have some very clear questions. So you're saying this is a family residence. Does the family live there more than 6 months of the year?
This is the only place they live. They do not own any other property.
So they live here more than 6 months out of the year.
They live here all year round. They receive a star exemption and a veterans exemption. This is where Mr. and Miss Simons live. This is their home.
So they get the star exemption? That was one of my questions.
And a veterans war exemption as well, because he's a veteran.
He answered that question.
The answer is yes.
How long have you been in negotiations? So I'm looking at the timeline that I heard from the conversation or from the previous speaker. So they started negotiations in 2006 until 2009. Is that correct?
They originally were approached about acquiring the property in 2006. Those conversations ended in 2009 when the city said that they were no longer interested.
So that was 19 years ago. Okay. And then they brought you said, based on what, this is good information, and I appreciate it. And I've actually been hoping we can do this a long time ago. So they brought you back in 2023, correct? That's when they brought it back to the conversation?
In 2023, they were approached, and that's when they entered into the right of first refusal, correct, in July of 23.
And when does that expire?
That expires at the end of this year.
So isn't that profitable? That's 2 years, a year and a half? Roughly, no. All of 2025, all of 2024. So that's 2.5 years, roughly. And in all that time, no one got an appraisal?
A right of first refusal is if you want to sell your property, you then have and go out and get offers from somebody, and once you get that offer, you then go back to the person that has the right of first refusal and give them the opportunity to beat that offer. They never put the property up for sale. They've never had an intention of selling it.
So have you had any other offers?
No.
When did you get their appraisal? When did they get their appraisal? I know you
That was
knew.
prior council. I believe it was provided in April or May of this year.
So you've had their appraisal since April or May. So that's roughly 6 months ago.
The Simons had that, correct.
And no one went and got their own, and you didn't decide, the clients didn't think we should get our own appraisal, because what you're telling us is that they appraised it at $66,000 less than the assessment. Is that the information you gave us, right?
That's the numbers, correct.
So no one got an appraisal in those 6 months?
I was retained in October. I can't speak to what happened before then. I just know that they were attempting to negotiate with their prior council and the city's council.
So why should we not vote on this today?
You shouldn't vote on this today. It's been, well, one of the reasons is I made a FOIL request to the city of Albany as soon as I got retained. That Friday, I got retained on a Tuesday. That Friday, I submitted a FOIL request asking for all the documents related to this matter so we could review and have an idea of what is being transpired here and what research and background work has been done. I've gotten I got some documents last week, Tuesday and Wednesday. I do not have a full FOIL response. So I'm being hamstrung on the documents that I've been able to review in order to have, in full discussion with all of you folks. So that's one reason. Another reason is that the city hasn't looked at alternatives that would be justifiable here, in addition to, they've only looked at this property. They had it in their eyesight since 2006. All the documents that I have been produced, I can't speak to what hasn't yet been produced, but what I've seen, their sole target is this property. They haven't looked at alternative properties. So based on the information I have, nothing else has been looked at as far as alternate locations. Also, there hasn't been a full seeker review done of this property that would need to be done in order to have a proper determination. And that's the other basis.
Have you identified any alternative parcels that the city can use to do the transfer station?
Just looking at the properties that the county of Albany has up for tax foreclosure. There's several properties that I don't know if the city's considered, but there's properties that they could likely obtain at a discount, given that they are being foreclosed upon. One is the former Doan Stewart property that is at the end of 787. It's a 74-acre parcel that, where the property is completely burnt down, is now vacant. That has easy access not only to 787, but the New York State Thruway, which is going to be needed. This is a transfer station. You're going to be taking garbage in, garbage out. You're going to need easy access to those highways. That's just one location that I've been able to look at, but that's not my job.
I understand, but your job is to give us alternatives, and you didn't come with alternative appraisals. So I'm asking if you had an alternative ideas of where we could do this, because eminent domain is done because there are no other alternatives.
Mm-hmm.
So there are no other alternatives, and this is something that we need to do that benefits the residents of our citizens. So if you were to, so it is kind of your job to try to come up with other alternatives if our team hasn't been able to do that.
Which I don't know, because I haven't received a full FOIL response, so I have no idea whether a full analysis has been done.
I don't want to dominate the time.
Thank you, Mr.
So, but I do appreciate you being here, and I wish we would have had this conversation sooner.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard. Mr. Nani and then Mr. Johnson.
And just full disclosure, there are some people who are on the fence, haven't made a decision, so it's not like everybody is in favor of the eminent domain. There are some people that's trying to get more answer and clarity. So, what documents haven't you been provided, and why are they needed for the full conversation?
I haven't been provided any matrix comparing alternative sites. I haven't been provided with ranking of city-owned, tax foreclosed, industrial, or commercially zoned parcels. Any written rejection analysis of non-residential alternatives. I haven't been provided with seeker alternatives, chapter evaluating other feasible locations, just what we were primarily just talking about. As well as,
and then
I
last
don't have
question.
a full list of everything, but I have a list of what was provided.
Okay. And then just last question. There have been, all the information that we have received is that these individuals are seasonal. I did not know they were a veteran, and also that they receive a star credit as well. I don't know, this is their only home as well. That's new information to us. Also, last question. When was the request submitted, the FOIA request submitted?
I believe it was submitted on that Friday. I think it was October 31st. Would have been that Halloween, I think.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. President. So let's talk about the first right of refusal. When you enter into an agreement like that, do you have to sell?
If you have put it up for sale, there's no requirement. I don't believe there was a requirement that they had to list it for sale, no.
So how does one get into an agreement like that?
Well, the City of Albany entered into that agreement because there was a quid pro quo there. They had the ability in that agreement to have analysis done on the property. They hired CHA to come out and do soil analysis. They had to come out and do various other surveying on the property in order to look at it. That was an intrusion on the Simons property rights. So that was part of the exchange that they got as a right of that right of first refusal. They gave the city the ability to come in, do these samples, analyze the property. In exchange, they were compensated for that intrusion, and that's what it was.
So it's not normal for a person not to get an appraisal if they have no intentions on selling, right?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Farrow?
Thank you, Mr. President. So when the right of first refusal was signed. At that stage, did the city not tell the family of their plans to build the transfer station?
That I'm unaware of. I don't know.
Because that's
believe they were
what
at-
has been shared with us. And also, didn't the city wasn't there a financial part of that right of first refusal of $60,000?
That's correct.
What did the family think that was for?
For the intrusion on the property, they had people coming out drilling into their properties. They had people trespassing onto their, well, it wouldn't have been trespass because they gave the permission, but they had people on their property doing measurements. It was a continuous.
And they thought the measurements were for what?
Well,
like were they? I would assume.
I don't believe it's been a secret that the city wants to have a transfer station there. That was why they were approached back in 2006.
And there was a timeline with it, correct?
They gave them a right of first refusal until the end of this year.
But the city had, because the city has been working with the Department of Environmental Conservation, like the reason for the timeline is because of DEC. And the city has been very upfront, at least with council, on their timeline, and I'm assuming that they would have been upfront with the family as well on the timeline. So it would not have been a shock to the family when the city would want to purchase it and that an assessment would be needed, I'm assuming. Correct?
Correct on your assumption?
Correct that, I mean, if you know that you're selling your property, that the city is very anxious to buy it and has a timeline, wouldn't you assume that you would need an assessment of that property?
Or that the numbers that you were coming up with in negotiation would be sufficient? They didn't get an appraisal. They have since I've become council.
It's just, I will say, to come in over a year later without an appraisal, and I understand you are not involved beforehand and cannot speak to that, but that does not change the fact that it is negligent to have not gotten an appraisal before now.
They weren't aware that the city of Albany was going to try to take their property by eminent domain until August of this year.
The city did not want to take their, and there's no desire from anyone to take their property by eminent domain. There's a desire, we cannot spend, as a city, we have taxpayer dollars. We have to safeguard the taxpayer dollars. All of us want to make sure that the family is properly, that the family gets a good price for that property. 100%. I think it is wrong otherwise, and I will be the first one to say that. But I also don't think it's acceptable for us to overpay for the property because we have taxpayer dollars. And we are actually, by law, not allowed to do that. The eminent domain process ensures that the family gets a fair price. So there's nobody here, including any of our attorneys, that want to go through this process. The reason why we have to is because the family did not get an appraisal. And when we had an appraisal and then offered double the appraisal, the family then said that's not acceptable and could not prove any price because they didn't have an appraisal. So from my perspective, the reason why we are here in this eminent domain process is because there was not an assessment that was done by the family. And even now, there is still not an assessment, despite the fact that it's been over 2 months, which is well past the time that one would need to get an appraisal. So my frustration with this is that I think everyone wants to make sure that there's a fair price that's given, but it feels like there's a manipulation to try to push a higher price than we can give in good conscience, being custodians of taxpayer dollars. And I hope that we're able to get the appraisal. I would love to see the family get a good price, and I take your word that it should be any day now. Thank you.
Ms. Zamer?
Thank you, Mr. President. Real quick, and thank you for being here. Has there, in the past, this past year, been a negotiation between the owners and the city over a selling price?
Yes, there was.
Okay, so the owners are willing to sell?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ballard?
I think Mr. Adam had his hand up first. I want to be.
Say that again?
I think Mr. Adam had his hand up first.
Oh, I did not see that. Well, thank you, Mr. Ballard. Mr. Adams.
Thank you. I just had a brief question. In your assessment, now handling the family's case, what is a reasonable timeline now that you're on this to get a assessment to us, and has that process already been done?
Yes, ask and answer.
So when can we expect that?
He said he would hope the next few days it would be on his desk.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. President. So two things. One, you say this is the only home for the residents, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So they have no other home, they have no other vacation home, they have no other residence?
That's correct.
So how come they haven't shown up the last 3 times we've had a hearing?
They retained us. We came because it was for a resolution in order to get this on. They didn't come here today because their daughter had surgery. This was scheduled months ago, and they are down tending to her in Virginia right now. They would have been here if it wasn't. That's why they wrote the statement and had us read it.
I hope their daughter has a good surgery, but you do have to understand that what information we're getting is that this is not their primary home. Information that we're getting is that this is not their residential home, and we've never seen them. We have issues with other property owners. Well, we see the property owners. They come in, they let us know their concerns, and they tell us very bluntly their opinions on actions that we may be doing or we may be considering about properties that may affect their property, may not even be their property. So we've had multiple meetings on this very personal issue. And we've had 2 public and all we've gotten until today is a public comment from you and a public comment from one of your staff members. No opportunity to interact, no interaction with us. So it begs to differ. You're saying this is the primary, but it
Mr.
doesn't
Ballard,
feel.
please ask a question so we can.
Well, that was my primary question. My second question is, I'm not asking you for a number, because I don't want you to give me a number, but I am going to ask you to give me a yes or no. Did you get an offer that was higher than the appraised value that was shown, and did you get an offer that was higher than the insurance value that you've given us?
Yes, they did.
And you do not think that's a fair offer?
That's why they've been recommended to get an appraisal. Otherwise, you don't have any basis to make that determination what's fair or not fair. So that's why I've asked for them to get the appraisal. That's why I've asked for the time for the city to let them get the appraisal so we can have a good faith negotiation. Once they get their number, the city's got their number, let's sit down and have a conversation.
And again, that's where it goes back to the beginning. That's when I wish you would have made a phone call and gotten us an appraisal.
Thank you,
because it
Mr.
puts us in a
Ballard. Mr.
different position.
Kimbrough.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, thank you, sir, for being here. What, in your determination, is the highest and best use for that property?
I'm not an appraiser. I can't make that determination.
Because when we're talking about fair market value and not taking advantage of those folks, we look at that. So if you look at the zoning for the area, it's R1L. It's low density, it's single-family homes. So essentially, what's there, if someone purchased the property, best they could do is take those houses away and build new houses.
That's not correct.
They can't build commercial. It's in the Pine Bush, and the zoning doesn't allow for it. So I think when you're thinking highest and best use, you probably have some commercial idea in mind. It's not allowed based on the zoning.
That's not what eminent domain, when you're looking at highest and best use. The case law has found that if you can reasonably get an approval to change the zoning, you can have a highest and best use that is not the same as the current zoning.
Right, but again, we're talking about the Pine Bush, we're talking about a preserve, we're talking.
That is going to be an industrial transfer station, right?
Right, but there's already a landfill there that it would attach to, so. I don't see any other, and again, I'm not an appraiser, I'm not an attorney, but again, I can see and I understand this stuff. I don't see the use really changing, so I think the city got a couple of appraisals in there that I think were they went to the appraised value and then went above and beyond the appraised value in terms of the offer.
There was an appraisal done by the city. If you look on the appraisal that was done by the city, they specifically note in a footnote that the highest and best use analysis was not conducted in those appraisals. So it was an appraisal, a limited appraisal, and it was for residential value. That was not a highest and best use analysis appraisal. Did they offer more than that appraisal? Yes.
And again, reminding you of my colleague stated, it's taxpayer dollars. We're not even allowed. This gets into my understanding, a court with a judge, it's going to be the fair market value, not some high-priced, overvalued amount.
Correct.
That occurs. So that's it. I don't have
Thank
anything
you,
else.
sir. Thank you. Can the clerk please call the next speaker?
Nick Ward-Willis.
Good evening, members of the council. Nicholas Ward-Willis with Keenan Bean. Our firm was retained as special counsel through the Corporation Counsel's office to represent the city of Albany in this matter regarding the transfer station, both with respect to the permitting with DEC as well as with respect to discussions to acquire the property that you've been discussing tonight. I'm also joined tonight by Jason Gorman, engineer with CHA, who has worked with the city on the landfill for several years, and he will talk to you about the transfer station and its the environmental analysis that has been performed. What I want to discuss with you now are the two questions that are before the council for an eminent domain proceeding, of which only one of them is before you tonight. So when you try to acquire property, New York State mandates that before you do eminent domain, General Municipal Law Section 74 says the municipality has to go and have discussions. So the discussions and the questions you've asked the Simon's attorney, I've had those discussions on behalf of the city. I've had those discussions several times, in writing, letters, emails, and phone calls for the last 18 months since our office has been retained. So we've had those discussions. I'm going to get into detail in a moment. But the question before the council tonight is whether acquiring the property is being, whether the property is being acquired for a public use. The municipality has the right to further its interest of its residents to use its police powers, and transfer and collection of garbage is an important one, to acquire property for that purpose. And so the question for the council tonight, and you have a determination and findings, a draft in your agenda packet, is the city acquiring the Simons property for a public purpose? I think the answer to that question is clearly yes. And at the November 17th meeting of this council, the Simons Attorney's Office read a letter in which they stated that the Simons are not objecting to the city's objectives. And I think in the discussion tonight, it's become clear this is not about the first question, whether it's a public use. It clearly is. It's the second question. What's the value of the property? And fortunately, the eminent domain proceeding law recognizes that's a difficult question. You're taking someone's property. You want to make sure they have fair market value. They get a fair price. I've made that clear since the first day we were involved, because your staff and your corporation counsel made that clear to me. They should be paid the fair price for their property. So the question, the eminent domain proceeding law says you can hold a public hearing and then determine there's a public use, issue that determination and finding, and then you can make an offer to them. If they don't accept that offer, they then have the opportunity to go to court and get the value they think is fair. But we're doing more than that. In addition to what we've done in the past, I've conveyed to the Simons Council, when he gets his appraisal, pick up the phone, call me. We'll have those discussions. But there's a pressing need. And we've made that clear to the Simons Council, the prior council specifically, that there's a process that needs to be followed. There's a timeline. The landfill will be closing in 2027. There's permitting, there's bidding for contracts, there's construction work that needs to be done. We didn't go to eminent domain on day one when I was hired 18 months ago. We started negotiations and discussions. but that time has passed, and we need to provide the transfer station to be in service in 2027, and that requires the permitting process with DEC begin, which we started a couple of months ago, but DEC wants to know, are we the owners of the property? We're at the point where we need to answer that question, yes. And so I ask that tonight you close the public hearing and you adopt a resolution with respect to the determination and findings that the property is being acquired by the city for public use. With respect to valuation, I've had a number of conversations, not with their current attorney, I've had some conversations, and he's being very frank with me that he's advised his clients to get an appraisal, which is the right answer. I suggested that months ago to their prior council. In fact, their prior council wanted the city to pay for it, which we were considering it, but then they said they would only do the appraisal if it appraised the property as commercial property. It's not zoned for commercial property, and this municipality has the fiduciary obligation not to pay more than its fair market value. You can't do what's called a gift of public funds. So we had an appraisal done, and that came up with the appraisal that you've heard about, and we've offered a bit more money than that because we felt it was in the public's interest to move this process along, so that was justified. But there were demands that were, quite frankly, millions of dollars for the property that was not justified by any documentation. There were references to private property sales who can pay more than a municipality. You're restricted on what you can pay. So I've had very frank discussions in the past 18 months with prior council for the Simons and asked them, get us an appraisal, have the conversations, and that was not forthcoming. So this has become about money, and there's a process. The law protects both the Simons and the city in determining what is the appropriate value.
Thank you so much. Okay. Council members, any questions? Mr. Ballard? Thank you so much for that. That was very clear. Mr. Ballard?
Thank you, Mr. President. So, how many appraisals did you do? Because I would think it's a huge red flag if I did an appraisal and it came under the assessment of the city, that we just redid our assessment in 2023, and now you did an appraisal that came below the assessment number. Did you get multiple appraisals, or did you just get that one appraisal done?
Yep. So there was one appraisal done. There were discussions with the appraiser justifying that figure, and there were discussions about increasing the value. So when we went above the appraisal, there wasn't the need at that time to get an additional appraisal.
But you didn't think it would give you a stronger argument when you're asking for such a heavy lift? I mean, to be honest with you, I understand there's things that are math and numbers, and then there's things that are humans. And to ask a human to take another human out of their home, which is what they're saying it is, they're saying it's their primary home, that they're saying they get the STAR benefits, they're saying they get the veterans benefits, they're saying this is their home. So if you're asking a human to take another human out of their home, did you not think that maybe we should have another appraiser if the first appraiser gave you a vulnerability that they are using right now?
The concern was never with the appraisal, or there were no questions about the appraisal. The problem was that they wanted it appraised as commercial property, and when we offered significantly more than the appraisal, that wasn't sufficient. So getting another or second appraisal wouldn't have resolved their false premise that it should be appraised at commercial property, or a request for 4 or 5 times the appraised value. There wasn't going to be anything accomplished that way, especially when they had no substantiation for the demand that they had.
So you just said that they, at one point, said they would accept an appraisal, an additional appraisal, that they would do if you guys paid for it, correct?
Well, parts are correct. If the city paid for it, and if it appraised the property as commercial property.
Okay, and that's different because it's shown as residential.
That's not appropriate, correct.
Okay, so a lot of members, let me take that back, not a lot of members. I've heard from maybe one other member, including myself, that there's some concerns, but this is how quickly it's moved. What is the time frame, if the council votes on this, that eminent domain would take effect, and when you're going to ask these people to leave their homes? What is the time frame for that?
Certainly. So I've discussed that, not with their current council, but except for this evening, but with their prior council. We've had a number of discussions, and they were told that It would probably be in September of 2026 when the city would commence construction and need for them to vacate the property. And that was conveyed over, I think, last year. So it would be in September of 2026 at the earliest, is what the engineers have told us.
And finally, so we heard from the Pine Bush Preserves. Have you looked at any other parcels that would have less of a ecosystem effect on the pine bush?
Yes, and Mr. Gorman from CHA will go through that in some detail. We looked at property that New York State owns, but that is preserved with a conservation easement, so that is not feasible. We looked at the city's landfill, which, similar to this property, is disturbed, is already being improved, but the city's landfill does not have enough room to create this transfer station. A transfer station constructed on the city's landfill not only would be more expensive, but it would be 40% smaller, so it's not serving the needs of the city's solid waste transfer needs. That was examined, and Mr. Gorman can go through that in some detail.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, you have a question? Ms. Farrell?
Sorry about that. So for 18 months, you've been in communication with either the former attorney or this attorney on the specific timeline with the family.
Correct.
So the family is fully aware and has been fully aware for 18 months that the city wants to buy their property, that they know that the city would need to take possession of the property by September of 2026. And so the family has
Yes.
been aware of that for a year and a half.
If not, I would say longer, but at least since my 18 months,
For
yes.
at least a year and a half, the family has been fully aware.
Correct.
And the family got $60,000 with the right of first refusal?
In March of '24, yes.
Okay. And that was to partially allow for the testing which was needed in order to build the transfer station?
Correct. It was done with the intent of having access and also to secure the right of first refusal because the city was interested in acquiring their property. So as March of '24, the Simons knew the city was interested in building a transfer station on their property.
And the real breakdown, it seems like, is whether or not this property should be considered commercial. So the family believes
Correct.
that this property should be considered commercial, even though it is zoned residential.
That is correct. That is the breakdown.
And again, you might not be able to answer this question, but is this something that the property could be considered commercial in any way, shape, or form? Because I do not believe, as a council, we would approve changing it to a commercial zoning. But in terms of, is there a reason to consider it commercial from any scope that we should be considering it commercial?
So my understanding of the law from individuals in our office who are familiar with this law in terms of working with the appraisals and in speaking with some appraisers is no, there's no legal basis to consider it as commercial property when its use is residential and when it's zoned residential. And that is what the highest and the best use is to look at. So it would not be permissible to consider as commercial property when determining what is the fair market value for eminent domain purposes.
And did the family give any reason why they believed it should be considered commercial?
Yes, because other properties in the area, such as to Costco or Walmart, had sold for commercial purposes, and that would be a basis that they wanted to rely upon. But no legal reason or one that I could justify. That would
And not
be
anything around their property? Because Costco and Walmart are not anywhere near that property, nor in the Pine Bush, which I will say, I am supportive of the transfer station going into this place, but it is with heavy heart because it is in the Pine Bush, and that is not an easy choice for us to make.
Understood. The Simons prior attorney gave us a list of commercial properties, and we responded to each one of them why they were not appropriate under the law for us to consider in determining valuation.
So there was a highest and best use considered with the assessment.
So, correct. The real estate appraiser said that highest and best use you look at, but if the current use for residential and fair market value gives you the highest value, you go with that. And so that is my understanding of what was done from my conversations with the appraiser.
And you might not be able to answer this question, but tax assessments and market appraisals are separate and have different processes. Are you aware, is it a normal thing for them to come in different places?
I've certainly seen them at variance, either lower than appraised values or higher than appraised values in my experience with real estate, correct.
So it is a normal thing for something to come in slightly different than the tax appraisal?
That is correct. It is not unusual, correct.
And there was nothing about this that was dramatically unusual that would give one pause that this was a bad market appraisal?
No, I have every confidence in the appraisal that was done based upon our own review and discussions with others.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, Mr. Ballard.
Yes. I just have one question about the first right of refusal.
Yes.
Has the city ever entered into an agreement, made a payment, and the people didn't sell? Has that ever happened before?
I'm not aware of it. I am speaking with Mr. McGee, who could answer that. I don't know.
I'm unaware either.
So, and not just in Albany, have we ever heard of that before?
I have not, sir. No, our firm represents a number of municipalities in the Hudson Valley, and I am not familiar with that having occurred previously.
Thank you.
Mr. Ballard.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. So one of the nice things about being able to have this have gone to committee is we could have had both lawyers go back and forth and ask each other questions and actually have had a little bit more dialogue. So, you know, one of the suggestions that the other attorney said was that it should be a market, it should be a commercial value versus a residential value because your intent to use it is a commercial use. Can you give us some more, your opinion on that? And why would the other attorney have that perspective?
Sure. Well, the other attorney's perspective is increase the value, which valuing it as a use that's not permitted just increases that value. But I will say, in response to your question, those conversations can occur, and I hope do occur, but that's separate and apart from what you're being asked to consider tonight. Right. And I know the valuation is important, so I don't want to minimize it, but I do want to bring to your attention again, the question before you tonight is, should the city proceed with acquiring it through eminent domain because it's being used for a public purpose, which I think the answer is yes. As far as the valuation, we'll have those discussions, and we'll certainly talk about the commercial valuation. All my discussions with the appraisals and my own experiences, we can't consider that. And it's being used not for a commercial purpose, but for a public purpose, which is different under your zoning code.
Thank you. I'm going to cut that off there. I mean, council members, some of your questions you're asking is about negotiations, and that's not our purview. So I'm going to release the gentleman and ask the clerk to call the next person. Council members, please be in mind, a lot of questions you're asking is about negotiations. And that is not our job. And I think the attorney made it clear what your focus is to be on is whether this eminent domain that the council will be voting on is going to be used for a public purpose, period. The negotiations, as has been pointed out, has been stalled and slowed, I believe on purpose, by this, by the seller, and that's their right to try to get the best price they can. But council members, be mindful, the eminent domain is, will this city be using this for a public purpose? And you will be presenting.
Hi, Jason Gorman. I'm a project manager with CHA Consulting. CHA is the City of Albany's solid waste management consultant, and we're supporting the transfer station design and permitting. So I was going to go through a little bit brief history of the landfill and how we got to where we are today with the need for the transfer station. The Greater Albany landfill began operation back in 1969. As referenced earlier, it was an unlined landfill. In the early 1990s, the DEC approved a modern landfill with a baseliner to collect the leachate and minimize environmental impacts. And that landfill continued operation with the latest eastern expansion, which was approved in 2009 and began operations in 2010-2011. The landfill is reaching its capacity in September of 2027, with no ability to expand or extend operations. The landfill permit issued by the New York State DEC specifically has a condition that indicates the landfill cannot expand in its current location. The city has made significant strides in reducing the amount of tonnage that comes to the landfill over the last few years and has significantly extended the life of the landfill. However, we have reached the end of the life in September of 2027. And the City of Albany's solid waste management plan has identified a transfer station for the capital region as a long-term solid waste management solution. This was to support the Capital Region Solid Waste Management Partnership, which includes a number of towns. A location for the transfer station was assessed. The first property that was considered was the landfill property itself. The landfill, where the actual waste is received, cannot support the construction of a transfer station. It is going to be preserved or mitigated and turned into pine bush habitat. The landfill property, where the entrance to the facility is located, where the maintenance garage is and other offices, can support a transfer station. However, it does not support the capacity that's required. It's a reduction of over 40% of the size of the transfer station and does not support the waste needs of the capital region. It would also eliminate the gas-to-energy facility. That's a beneficial use by taking landfill gas and producing electricity. And it also eliminate the city's maintenance garage that's currently there, and the city would have to find a new location for that facility. There's significant infrastructure in this area that supports the landfill, and so there's significant cost and design complications associated with putting the transfer station there. And as indicated, it does not support the waste needs of the region. In 2009, when the eastern expansion was approved, this Simon's property was identified to support solid management operations, and discussions with the Simons occurred back then. And this property has the the Simons property would have similar traffic impacts as the landfill itself, and there's no change to the service area or truck collection routes to support this, and there's no adverse impacts to Washington Ave and Rapp Road intersection. And the equipment and labor at the landfill facility would support the transfer station operations as well. Other properties were considered. However, environmental justice, traffic, and environmental were concerns and were not adequate to support the transfer station. As indicated, the first right of refusal was issued by the city for 3.7 acres to support the transfer station construction. In July of 2025, the City of Albany submitted a Part 360 permit application to the New York State DEC for the design and construction and operation of a solid waste transfer facility at this property. This date starts permitting process, and we need to complete the process by the end of the landfill date, which is scheduled for September of 2027. Construction for this facility to meet that date needs to start in October of 2026. The facility will be designed to receive the capital region's waste of 500 tons per day for transfer off-site for disposal at a permitted facility.
Thank you, sir. Do councilmen have any specific questions for this gentleman? He's a consultant. He's here about any questions? Mr. Flynn.
Very simple. Will this property be used for public use?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank Mr. Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. President. So you did hear the concerns from our Pine Bush Preserve organization.
Yes.
What designs, if any, can be done to try to address some of their concerns? One, and two, what other sites, do you have a list of other sites that were considered? We've heard some, which I think we have some issues with that we probably wouldn't be in support for, but do you have a list of other sites that were considered that would not have the same effects on the Pine Bush?
The property itself, the Simons property, has been disturbed. There's a number of residents, sheds, trailers that have disturbed the Pine Bush. So it's already a disturbed property. The City of Albany has a significant restoration project to support the Pine Bush. They are restoring the landfill, and that restoration project makes a connection between the east and west sides of the Pine Bush, which is a significant improvement over previous conditions. Other properties considered was the ICE property, which is within the Pine Bush as well. However, that property has not been disturbed previously. Properties in the port were considered. However, there was environmental justice concerns associated with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can the clerk please call the next speaker?
Alex Bernstein.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Alex Brownstein. I'm at 1082 Regent Street in Niskayuna, New York, but I grew up in Guilderland. My grandparents and parents all had businesses in Albany, in the city itself. And my family and I spent a lot of time hiking, snowshoeing, and just enjoying the nature at Pine Bush Preserve. I've been involved in advocating for it since I was in 4th grade, a petition against cross gates, little building you might be familiar with. Walked around my neighborhood with a petition to save the Carner Blue. So this has kind of been in my blood for a long time. I'm one of several volunteer attorneys who volunteer their time providing legal counsel and services to save the Pine Bush, because we're believers in this. And I'm here to comment on the proposed acquisition of 502, 504, and 506 North Rapp Road for the stated purpose of building a solid waste transfer facility. I'm appearing for the purpose mainly of placing objections and concerns into the record, so that they can be considered and preserved for any subsequent review in the future. My comments are therefore directed to whether the proposed acquisition satisfies the statutory requirements of eminent domain procedure law, the EDPL, and whether the project has been lawfully authorized. Please note, I'm not asking the council to resolve these issues tonight, but I am just placing them into the record so they may be addressed in a reasoned, lawful matter before the city proceeds with the taking of a private property. I first want to address eminent domain procedure law, EDPL 204B3, which really requires compliance with SECRA laws. As the city is aware, EDPL 204 requires that all applicable environmental reviews be completed before a determination and findings may be issued. So to put this in simple terms, you can't proceed with eminent domain until you've completed the SECRA compliance laws, and in fact is that hasn't been done. Accordingly, deficiencies in SECRA review are not collateral issues. They are directly related to whether the condemner, which would be this council, may lawfully proceed with the taking. While the city has prepared SEAF Parts 1, 2, and 3, the materials available to the public do not include a negative deck or a positive declaration for either the acquisition or the overall project. SEAF Part 2 marks all impacts as no or small impacts, but there is no documented determination of environmental significance adopted by the Common Council. I respectfully object that absent a final SECRA determination, the city cannot lawfully make the findings required under EDPL 204. Another major SECRA issue is segmentation. What segmentation is that you can't look at one action separately from other actions that are taking place for the same site. So the record reflects that the city has defined the action as acquisition of land only, while repeatedly acknowledging that the purpose of the acquisition, and this has been said over and over here tonight, that there's construction and operation of a solid waste facility contemplated, So it's not just acquiring the site, it's what comes after it that we have to consider. If you don't look at all the impacts of this together, you're missing something here, and it's inadequate under seeker. The short environmental assessment form part 3 states that the acquisition is being reviewed now, while construction and operation will be subject to a later seeker review, even though part 3 contains extensive analysis of traffic, endangered species, energy use, groundwater, and operational impacts of the transfer station itself. I respectfully object that the record does not show or explain how this separation avoids segmentation, nor does it contain a formal rationale for deferring review of impacts that are acknowledged, foreseeable, and purpose-driven in the taking itself. I'd like to raise a third issue, which is that the lead agency has been self-declared by the Common Council as lead agency. You've adopted a resolution declaring the intent to act as seeker lead agency. But that status is expressly conditioned on no objection being received within 30 days of circulation. I have 1 minute left. That hasn't been done. No impact findings. The city's own environmental materials identify that the project is associated with principal aquifer, species that are endangered, natural communities, and has called this no or small impacts. That's inadequate. There's archaeological resources there that are on the National Register, and there's a reliance on a prior landfill review, which doesn't contemplate what's going on now. And then the timing of this hearing is in question too. EDPL requires that environmental review be contemplated before the city issues its determination and findings. So I would ask clarification as to what alternatives to the site were considered, how the community environmental impacts were evaluated, and so forth. I kindly request that all these objections and concerns be included in the hearing record considered by the Common Council tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, sir.
Andrew Arthur.
Thank you, members of the Albany Common Council, for the opportunity to speak on the proposed use of eminent domain to take 502, 504, and 506 Rapp Road. My name is Andy Arthur. I live at 15 Elm Avenue in Del Mar, and I regularly recreate in the Albany Pine Bush. Even in the winter, on my mountain bike, hike, I ski, and I volunteer with Save the Pine Bush. Like all the members of Save the Pine Bush, I strongly oppose the use of eminent domain to seize these properties for a construction waste transfer station. I want to focus on a critical issue that has not received sufficient attention. There are fundamental deficiencies in the site for industrial use, like a transfer station, and these deficiencies mean that there's going to be a real risk to public tax dollars if the city goes forward on the eminent domain for this property. We don't know if this is going to become a transfer station. I mean, there's all kinds of issues that can be raised by the DEC, other agencies, the Pine Bush Commission. It seems like the city has not fully explored the ramifications of building a transfer station at this location. It's surrounded by Albany Pine Bush on 3 sides of this parcel that the city is proposing to condemn for a transfer station. And there's also a small little parcel next to the proposed transfer station, which I'll call Lot 117, and you'll find it in the tax rolls under the same section and block as 502, 504 Rapp Road. And while this parcel is only a tenth of an acre, if you build the transfer station, it will be permanently disconnected from the Pine Bush. And this is a problem because this little tenth of an acre parcel, while it may be insignificant, it is part of the Pine Bush ecosystem, and it is protected land, not just by the city, but actually by the state of New York, and it's considered to be part of the Nature and Historic Preserve of New York State that's protected under Article 14, Section 4 of the Constitution. Yes, the city could ask the state to potentially alienate that tenth of an acre, but as far as I'm aware, nothing has been done to alienate that land. And that would be a process that would require 2 successive acts of the legislature. And yes, the city could, in theory, build the transfer station around this tenth of an acre parcel, but it'd be stupid. You have the little section of Pine Bush, and then you have a transfer station, and then you have the Pine Bush another 1,000 feet down the road. Why are we permanently breaking off this part of the state nature and historic preserve from future restoration efforts by building a transfer station between these 2 parcels? And then there's just all the other environmental issues that I don't think the city has taken a hard look at before condemning this land that could very much lead this land to being becoming like the Queens Wildlife Management Area. Beautiful wildlife management area. I really, if you're interested in hunting or just hiking, check it out, Queens. It was purchased by the city, and then it was turned over to the state because the city couldn't actually develop it into a landfill. And I mean, there is a good possibility that this parcel here on Rapp Road could have the same future as the Queens WMA. I mean, let's be honest. This is over a sole source aquifer. It's right next to the 6 Mile Waterworks, which is Albany's backup water supply. It may not be currently be used as that, but it is registered with the state of New York as the backup water supply for the city of Albany. And I mean, you build a transfer station there, even though there is a landfill there, you're still increasing the risk of contamination of the waterworks. So I mean, there's a lot of risks to taxpayers if you can go ahead and condemn this property and take title of it. It may just end up being donated to the Pine Bush Preserve at an extraordinary cost to the taxpayers. I mean, the land may not be worth that much if it's just going to be given over to Preserve. Well, I mean, Preserve's important. It's not going to be bringing in a lot of revenue to the city. It's going to be part of the Preserve. You know, the wildlife will appreciate it. The Carner Blue will appreciate it. I mean, recreationists will enjoy it, but there will be no revenue being generated by the state if this property gets added to the Pine Bush Preserve, which obviously is what I would like to see happen. But I mean, right now, if you're proposing to condemn it and make it for a transfer station and it's denied, you're just going to have wasted a lot of taxpayer dollars for something that could be avoided. That's all I have for comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Clerk, call next speaker.
Wendy Dreyer.
Hello. My name is Wendy Dwyer. I'm a member of Save the Pine Bush. I grew up in Guilderland Center. I still have property there, and I grew up being close to the pine bushes, and my father was a volunteer firefighter and fought fires there before we knew about the value of fire suppression. Sadly, Albany has not addressed the solid waste crisis fully, despite common knowledge that landfills are at the end of their life, including the Albany landfill. This has been known for a long time. Many options to divert usable and organic waste are well known, such as the Finger Lakes Reuse Center, serious composting of organic waste such as Food Scraps 360, which should have been mandated and free. A passage of the Packaging Reduction and Recycling Infrastructure Act and the Bigger Better Bottle Bill at the state level would have helped to divert usable materials from the landfill. The fact that an unlined toxic dump was placed in the middle of a globally significant habitat does not mean that this should be expanded onto the same habitat. It's unconscionable. Two wrongs do not make a right. I would think there should be a way to build a transfer station on top of the already destroyed land, and I did hear what the consultant said. Perhaps bulldozing out a section. God knows what's leaching out of the landfill. It can't be good. At some point, people are going to have to take seriously about reducing the amount of trash and non-biodegradable things that they use, and all administrations will need to implement mandatory, serious rules and make it easier for people to be involved or be penalized. All you have to do is walk down a street and see all the recyclables in the trash. I have pictures. All these wrongs don't make an excuse for further destruction of a globally significant rare inland pine barren habitat. Sadly, the crisis is upon us. We all need to wake up and change how we're living. There will be nothing left for future generations or species, including threatened species, at the rate we're going. It's unconscionable. Furthermore, people's homes and land should never be taken by eminent domain. That's just wrong, especially in a situation like this to destroy a globally unique habitat.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. We're gonna call up, just to clarify, the seeker secret question so that council members can hear further. Thank you. Nicholas Ward Willis, Special Counsel for the City of Albany. Responding to the secret comments, there was an argument that this is segmentation. This is correct. This is permissible segmentation. And it's permissible because if you don't take the step to acquire a property, then everything else that follows doesn't matter. And we're evaluating those impacts because on your council resolution later tonight is a resolution to declare your intent to be lead agency with respect to that second act, the permitting of the landfill, of the transfer station. So one of the speakers, Arthur, had pointed out potential things that could occur during that review. Those will be analyzed during that review. So there is segmentation, but it's permissible under the law. The second comment was that there's no negative declaration, no evaluation of the potential impacts from acquiring the property. That's incorrect. In your council packet, among a number of documents you have, there's a resolution. On that resolution, on pages 4 and 5, there's 2 to 3 pages of the negative declaration. So that's adopted in your resolution. In your resolution, you're taking 2 acts tonight on the eminent domain. You're first making a secret determination because that's required before you act. And then after that, within that resolution, you're then resolving to do the eminent domain itself. So your secret compliance has been satisfied with respect to the eminent domain. There was some confusion about lead agency. On eminent domain, you are the only agency. There's no other governmental agency that would act upon that. With respect to the permitting, there are other agencies, including DEC. And so you are tonight have a resolution before you to establish that your intent to be lead agency. That gets circulated to the other involved agencies who have a chance to express their concurrence or object to it. And all the comments that you've heard tonight with respect to potential impacts from the operation of the transfer station on that property would be considered, not tonight during the eminent domain, other than what we've addressed in the negative declaration, but there'll be more fuller opportunity to look at the impacts from the transfer station in subsequent meetings. That's right. Mr. Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for indulging all my questions. So just point of information, and maybe you can share this with us or our Corporation Council. Is this the last vote that this body has on this issue?
With the issue with respect to eminent domain, yes, the next step is to make that determination and findings. The next steps, however, would be guidance from the Corporation Council's office to then take those next steps, which would be well, let me step back for one moment if I can answer your question fully. If the council makes the determination and findings tonight, those then have to be published and served upon the property owner. And then we have to make them another offer to purchase the property. And then once they've considered that, then a petition would be filed in Supreme Court to then request that the court transfer title of the property to the city. So this is the last act the city council would take to effect it, but there are other steps that the administration needs to take to then act upon tonight's resolution.
Okay, so thank you for that. I just want to make sure that's very clear. This is the last say this body has on this issue. My second question is, for me, I've been on the council 8 years come January, and this is the first eminent domain that we've gone through as a city council that we've dealt with. I'm assuming you've gone through many more, that's why we brought you on board. Does it normally go to a committee? Do you normally have public input? Because this today is the first time that we've had a real opportunity to get public input, and we've gotten a lot more information than what we would have gotten throughout the meetings that we've had before. So is it normal not to have any committee meetings, not to have just one public meeting, and not to get more community engagement?
So I would say it's not unusual, that, right? It's not one size fits all, but I would say it is more common that there is one public hearing. Sometimes they get extended, but there is typically one public hearing because the issue is very limited to the public use question. A lot of the comments tonight have been valuation, which is separate, and on the seeker impacts, which would be looked at during the permitting process.
Mr.
Thank you.
Benani.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned earlier, particularly as relates to like construction. If construction is starting in September 2026, when would the city be likely to seize the property for fair market value? If that's happening in September 2026, would that delay construction from starting at that time?
It would. So we've not done the exact timetable as to when that next step, the petition, would be filed in Supreme Court. That's about a 2-month process, so I imagine the earliest we would do that process, or the latest rather, would be in March or April, but we would have an agreement with the property owner that they can remain in possession until we need to actually then start the construction. So that's why we threw the September date out there.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
With that, this public hearing is deemed closed at this time. And now we'll move on to our regular scheduled program. And it's a regular agenda. Before we get to our public comment period, there is a motion on the floor for Mr. Kimbrough.
Okay, I actually got two. Thank you, Mr. President. Motion to add resolutions 144, 12225, 145, 12225, and 146, 12225 by majority consent.
Ooh, I like that. Is there a second on that? Thank you, Mr. Hoey. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Mr. Kimbrough.
Thank you, Mr. President. Make a motion to take resolution 145, 12225 out of order.
Thank you.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Ms. Love.
Thank you, Mr. President. I noticed resolution 145, 122, 25R, and ask for its passage.
Thank you. Can the clerk please read the resolution?
A resolution of the Common Council honoring and remembering the life of Kayla Chanel Petaway.
Thank you. Any discussion on this resolution? Ms. Love?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is hard. I really wanted Pastor Robertson to do this for me, but I'll get to it.
Yes, you will.
This is, Pastor, I'm going to ask you to do this for me. Can you do this for me?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This resolution is in honor of a life gone from us far too soon, Kyla Chanel Petaway, and we just want to present this resolution to the family to know that she will be loved and missed by this city. And so with that, I yield back my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this resolution? Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Anani.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Valorant.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Clark.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Conti.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Farrow.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Flynn.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Frederick.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Hoey.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Johnson.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Keegan.
Yes, and I just want to note we're already all co-sponsors on the resolution.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love. Yes. Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 affirmative.
Resolution passes. Thank you. As tradition, the council members would like to present this to the family members and friends, so if you come to receive the certificate, please. Yes. We'll take a photo with the family. Thank you. And to the attorney, please, you're done, so just stay on the other side of the dais. Thank you so much. Now we move on to our public comment period. Due to the number of people we have signed up tonight, we will have people speak for 3 minutes during the public comment period. When you come in front of the public comment, you would need to state your name and city, village, or town that you live in. You can speak upon any title or thing you would like to speak on. At this time, not like public hearing, the council members cannot and will not ask any questions of you at this time. If they wish to address what you say during public comment, they may choose to do so at a later time during the agenda. When you come, please once again just state your name and town or city you live in for the record, and when you proceed with your comments, and when you see the light turn yellow, that means you have 1 minute remaining with your comments. So just be patient with us because we do have a number of people signed up for the nice public comment. So with that being said, can the clerk please call the first speaker?
Yes, we have Danielle, Tolani, and Jasmine.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council President and
Good
the
evening.
Council body. My name is Talani Alumade. I'm just a run-of-the-mill City of Albany resident.
Hi, I'm Danielle Gillespie. I'm from the City of Albany. I'm very happy to be back before the Common Council again. It's been a while.
I, like these two, am a regular City of Albany resident and happy to be back before you in these chambers. Yes, please. Thank you so much. So my name is Jasmine Higgins. I'm a lifelong, happy, proud resident of the City of Albany, and I'm here before you all to speak a little bit about Joyce Love, or Mama Joyce Love. So I first met Joyce Love when I was much younger, a few years back when I first started in the mayor's office, and I've been blessed by the presence of strong women in my life. And aside from my birth mother, my blood mother, my other mother, Mama Joyce Love, has had a tremendous presence and impact on my life. When I first met Mama Joyce, she really exemplified what it means to not only talk about it, but be about it. So I would see her out, rain, sleet, shine, knee pain, hip pain, whatever it was, outside advocating for her residents. She knew everybody by name on her block and in her ward, and I had never seen anything like it. It was truly remarkable to see that and the vigor with which she advocated for her community that has been left behind for so many years. And I remember seeing Joyce Love walk into the mayor's office and leave with a community center that was open last week. And so it is my distinct honor and pleasure to know Joyce Love, to have worked with Joyce Love, and to have had the honor and privilege to learn so much from her. So I just want to say thank you, Mama Joyce, for your many years of service. I'm so happy to know you and to be a friend of yours and to have been invited into your home and into your life. And I know you will continue to do great things for your community and for this city.
Have a minute and 20 seconds.
We're doing our best. We're doing our best. It's my turn, yes. Again, my name is Talani Alumade. I remember Joyce Love in my first week of the HR director at the City of Albany, and I was told that I should go find Joyce Love, and it just so happened that when I walked into the doors, she was the first person to find me, and the first person to open her arms straight to me, didn't know me from a can of paint, and just gave me the biggest hug. And ever since then, it's just been me and her, constant conversations, thick and thin, and even when I left, those were the first set of arms that embraced me when I departed the city. So I just want to say thank you. You mean the world to me. You have helped me so much while I was here. It was a tough adjustment for me to move into Albany, and I really appreciated your guidance in that. even on her last day, she didn't make it about her. She made it about her ward, the people in her space, and her community. So I really want to commend her and just thank you for everything.
Thank you so much.
So we have time, right? One, I would be remiss if I didn't thank all of the members of the Common Council and the staff that support the Common Council for helping shape who I've become. Mama Love, she taught us not to take any wooden nickels. She told us to be accountable to our communities and the people that we represent and we serve. And for that, I'm not going to repeat everything that Talani and Jasmine have said, but you are an awesome woman. The way you went out in the community, I remember seeing you coming in here in bad weather, in pain, but you still showed up and represented for those who you serve. And I know you're going to continue to be active and do great things. And I thank you so much. I thank you all, and I'll be respectful of the time.
Thank you, County Legislator. Justin. Thank you for being back. Thank you. Thank you so much. Your time is up. But if you're going to present her with her flowers right now, you can do so. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you for that, and my apologies. My apologies to the speakers who have to follow that. Can the clerk please call the next speaker?
Raina Noble.
Hello. Raina is my sister. She had to leave.
Okay.
But I'm Jasmine Rivera. We're looking to start a project in my daughter's name. I don't know if I would present that now to you guys. It's called Kyla's Project. We want to open a safe streaming center for the kids in the community so that mothers don't have to go through what I'm going through right now. I've been using my time to try to be productive. So the Streaming Academy will basically, it would provide lower income families and children with tripods and things that they would need to be content creators while they're also in this supervised community center, if possible, where there's cameras and everything, if they want to do challenges, which my daughter unfortunately passed away from doing a challenge. They can bring that to the counselors or the leadership of the community center, express that they want to make those challenges. Then at that point in time, leadership and management would go over it the night of and see if it's acceptable for the children to do in our facility. We can't fight TikTok head on, but we can work with it while it's still here and keep our kids safe. So I do want you guys to think about that. I'm still fighting in other areas. I will make this a thing because the children in our community need something that they can relate to. I kind of want to combine the Boys and Girls Club, Girls Inc., and kind of the mentor program where there's a big brother, little brother system that we had growing up that created stability and structure that our kids do not have now. And as a community, we need to take a step forward so that we can prevent injuries or deaths like this happening again, especially in our community, as well as it's showing the kids leadership roles, as showing them that they can be somebody opposed to just being a drug dealer or somebody standing on the corner, and telling them that they're somebody and creating that platform for them safely. So that's what I wanted to speak on, and I thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can the clerk please call the next speaker?
I'll be standing in. Lynette Robinson.
Good evening, Lynette D. Robinson. I'm a resident of the Fifth Ward in Albany, New York. I come today with a full heart to publicly honor and thank my husband, Councilman Jamel K. Robinson, for his 8 years of dedicated service to his constituents and to his community. For nearly a decade, Councilman Robinson has served with integrity, compassion, and unwavering commitment to the people he was elected to represent. His work has never been about titles or recognition, but about showing up, listening, advocating, and doing the hard work even when it required personal sacrifice. The long nights, difficult decisions, missed family moments, and constant demand of public service are rarely seen, but they are deeply felt. I'm grateful for his tireless efforts, his courage to stand firm in his convictions, and his heart for community building. His service has made a lasting impact, and the lives touched through his leadership will continue to feel the ripple effects for years to come. As this chapter comes to a close, I offer encouragement for the days ahead. The same passion, wisdom, and faith that guided these 8 years will continue to open doors and create opportunities to serve in greater ways. This is not an ending, it is a transition into what's next. Thank you, Councilman Robinson, for serving faithfully and leading boldly. We, your family, are proud of you, and we look forward with hope and expectation for all that is still to come.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Can the clerk please call the next speaker?
Bebin Francis.
Yes, I'm the bad guy. I have to keep things moving.
Hello. My name is Bevin Francis. I live in Albany, and I'm a co-organizer with the National Union of the Homeless. I've experienced homelessness twice in my life. Both times it was due to conditions beyond my control, and that truth extends far beyond me. No one chooses to sleep outside. No one chooses poverty. The recent death of a young man found cold and alone in a parking garage at our local airport is not a tragic anomaly. It is a devastating and predictable outcome of systemic failure, a failure to treat housing and poverty as the urgent human crisis they are. We absolutely need more affordable housing, but affordable housing takes time to build. People are dying now. The numbers make this impossible to ignore. On a single night in January in 2024, the point-in-time count identified 173 people unsheltered in Albany. This means that these people are sleeping someplace that was deemed uninhabitable for human occupation, like an abandoned building or a park. On Code Blue nights, there are approximately 78 Code Blue beds available citywide. That leaves more than half of our unsheltered neighbors with nowhere to go when the temperatures drop into the teens. Last night, it was 12 degrees. Tonight's forecast is to be a low of 10 degrees. In response to our call for a state of emergency, the county responded that no developers have proposed using a shelter at the St. Rose campus. I want to ask plainly, why are we waiting for real estate developers to stop death in our streets? This is an emergency. Emergency response does not come from developers, it comes from government. The structural housing crisis is real, as confirmed by the recent housing audit, but that cannot be an excuse for inaction. Inaction equals death. The former College of St. Rose campus is already owned by the county. It has dormitories, residential buildings, and space for wraparound services that people need to survive and stabilize right now. Housing alone is not enough, but housing with support saves lives. The time for action is now, and that action must come from the city and the county working together, not from developers, not from delays, and not after another person freezes to death. This is about dignity, safety, and human life, and we cannot wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Can the clerk call next speaker?
Richard Johnson.
My name is Richard Johnson. I am one of the Albany area spokespersons for the National Union of the Homeless. I myself was homeless, sleeping behind the shelter. Sleeping behind the legislative building on State Street. Before that, I was homeless for several years as well. I've been homeless about maybe seven to 10 years, on and off, with the prison system and coming back out and going back in and coming back out. But I believe that if I got help sooner, right? If a project like what them girls were talking about today was out when I was a kid at the Boys Club, then I wouldn't have ended up in all of that problem that I'm in. However, IPH, I was in a shelter. Actually, hang on, let me talk about I was sent to the shelter at IPH by DSS. The shelter wanted 90% of my income. I fought for 12 years to get my Social Security disability. I started working when I was 14 years old. I'm 57 years old now. Guy broke my leg in a parking garage. I got released from the hospital, and I was told to go to a medical respite, and they put me in the street. Several infections in my leg. Do you think that's fair that a human life, what's the value on a human life is, when did we turn the switch off on homelessness? Where did we get the switch from? Because we can't go to Home Depot to get it, right? So we got to get it like we was getting it in the street. But I shouldn't have to go to that extreme anymore, man, because life is not that hard, right? But it seems like either they got cotton in their ears and nobody's listening to what's going on, man. Human life used to be worth something. Now it seems like it's just thrown by the wayside. You know, and I understand what the lady said about this, because I live in the South End. The lady was here and she was talking about the needles down on the ground down there. Where I live on Tuna Street, that shouldn't be down there. I shouldn't have to walk through dog feces to get to where I live at. But it seems like the city's not doing, they're only doing half of what they should be doing, as far as I'm concerned. I worked for the city before. Yo, they were on you. When you went, I worked chasing behind the sweeper truck. And then when they couldn't find me, they looked all over. Somebody told them where I was at. They knew where I was at. But now they got that GPS, so you don't have to worry about running down on somebody. You can just GPS it and know exactly where they are, right? Can we do that with homelessness, though? Dismiss it, put it aside, and have no recollection for the other person. Come on, man, we can't even go get sugar from each other anymore, right? So I don't know what the common solution is, but I would like to know what the resolution is going to be, man.
Thank you, sir.
How do we stop it, man?
Thank you, sir. Can the clerk please call the next speaker?
Eric Richardson.
Hello, my name is Eric Richardson, and I'm part of the National Union of the Homeless, and I would like to take a moment of silence for DeJohn Woodbury Jr. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, please call the next speaker.
Joe Paparone.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Reverend Joe Paparone. I live up in Alfredo's district by the high school. And here with the National Union of Homeless this evening to call for the declaration of a state of emergency on housing and homelessness, and for you to put every effort into solving this crisis. I'd like to share a little bit about something I hear a lot when I tell folks about organizing our unhoused neighbors. I hear, even from very well-meaning folks, they say things like, well, some people just don't want help. Some people just, maybe you've heard this before, maybe you've thought this before, maybe you've said that before. I don't usually hear that from people who've spent a lot of time trying to get someone their ID when all their stuff's been thrown away, or to get through DSS appointments, waiting all day, hours and hours in that office, or waiting to meet with a caseworker who cancels on them last minute or just doesn't show up at all. The problem we have is that help on offer, the help on offer is wholly inadequate. Sometimes it's condescending, demeaning, and even insulting. The kinds of help that our people need often does not even exist. And this is part of my role as a pastor. For those in the Christian tradition, we're in the season of Advent, and one of the themes is hope. And a lot of what I see myself doing as a pastor is encouraging people to keep hope, to keep trying, even though all of their experience tells them it's a waste of time to keep going back to the DSS office, to go to any of these agencies, to try and get these things that are supposedly on offer for them. So, let it not be said that anyone on this Common Council hears that some people just don't want help. I am here on behalf of the National Union of the Homeless telling you, we need your help. Making housing a human right requires us to struggle at every single level of policy: neighborhoods, cities, counties, state, and federal. And we are calling on you to take hold of the leadership you've been entrusted with to join us in solving these problems. At the end of his life, Dr. King, with the Poor People's Campaign, talked about help. He said, there are millions of poor people in this country who have very little or even nothing to lose. If they can be helped to take action together, they will do so with a freedom and a power that will be a new and unsettling force in our complacent national life. Helped to take action together. And that is what we are doing as the National Union of the Homeless. We are getting organized. Our numbers are growing. We are building this new and unsettling force. But more so, more than just our union, the ranks of the poor are growing. And you saw this just at the beginning of November with so many people losing SNAP for even just a few weeks. The poor and dispossessed are the leading social force with little or nothing to lose. We are growing, but we need your help, your positions of power. Please commit. We want no more deaths on the street.
Thank you, sir.
Declare a state of emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. Can the clerk please call next speaker?
Sue Quinlan. Andrea DaCosta. Thank you. Gary Price.
Good evening, I'm Gary Price, and I reside in the city of Albany, but I don't have a ward because I'm homeless. I will, fortunately, later this week, be getting housing, and I'll be living off of Maiden Lane by Broadway, so I'm not sure which ward that is, but whichever one it is, that'll be my ward. And I'm a member of the National Union of the Homeless. You've heard from some of my union members who are just here to put a human face on the problem of homelessness in the city of Albany. Thank you.
Thank you. Can the clerk please call the next speaker?
Tabora Marcus.
Good evening, members of the council and council president. My name is Tabora Marcus. I am the West Hill Neighborhood Association president, and before You guys behind me is members of our neighborhood association, and today we're here to honor our councilman as he decides to move on into other endeavors. We just wanted to kind of give a little bit about our councilman, who we so diligently got to know over the last 8 years. Many of you may not know that our councilman started shoveling snow with some of our seniors in our neighborhood. We would have really bad snowstorms, and we would see our councilman come out and join us in efforts to really serve. And watching that gave me the opportunity to learn so much from him about how to serve a community. Feeding the community. Those were the things that we received from our council member. I remember many nights that I would call. Our neighborhood was one of the most violent neighborhoods in the city. If anybody have paid attention or kind of understand what's happening now, we aren't seeing that type of violence in our city, and we want to say thank you for your advocacy, your timeless, just answering. I would call, and there's a kid on our block shot, and you would come out and leave your babies when they were newborns. And that takes a lot to be able to get out of your bed 10 o'clock at night and leave your children, your family, your wife. Thank you, Lady Lynette, for allowing him to serve us in the way that he has. We love you. We adore you. We want you to know that we know that this is not the end for you, that your service will continue because you're already a man of God. You have shown that with everything that you have done, and thank you for allowing me to grow with you. We love you, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Can the clerk pull our next speaker?
Charles Robinson. Charles Robinson. Keith Irish.
See if we can get a 5-minute speech down to 3 minutes. No, I had to edit. Good evening, members of the Common Council and others present. As you know, my name is Keith Irish, a lifelong city resident currently residing in what is now known as the 9th Ward. Today is your last meeting of the 2025 calendar year, and for some of you, your last meeting as a member of this body. Some of you will be missed, while others will be not. And a few more, well, we'll see in 4 years. Many changes are the normal, but the current administration will not be changing. You have already given in twice before the new term holder is even in office officially. You did not cut back on the budget, the excessive additional positions that were put into the 2026 budget in various administrative agencies. These positions alone made up the vast majority of the tax increase. All but one of you passed on to the residents. Instead, you decided to nickel and dime, picking and choosing small amounts from various services and supplies across the board. But the actual rank and file workers in the city got no salary increases. Yet other times over the last 4 years, you finally put your feet down, not bowing to the corner office downstairs. Seems counterproductive, or better said as saying one thing and doing another. Those of you returning or your replacements are having your new term swearing in on January 1st right here in City Hall in what is correctly called the atrium and not the rotunda. But you changed the time from the afternoon to the morning. And why is that? Well, the new, same old administration is having theirs in the afternoon, but not here in City Hall where it should be. Again, saying one thing and doing another. One thing I can assume is that neither event will be shown live on Albany's community media cable access channels for government meetings and events. And why is that? Well, for over 6 years now, you have allowed this administration,
Just continue your comments, Mr. Irish. You've
Thank
been
you.
a faithful
Thank
comer
you.
to the council, so continue.
Thank you. And why is that? For well over 6 years now, you have allowed this administration to send or pay $10,000 per year to her friends and connections in Schenectady, cheating the Albany residents of their in-house controlled channels, access, and programming. Why else would they be showing Albany Common Council meetings whenever there are no Schenectady meetings being shown? Last Monday, there was an important committee meeting here in this room, but it was not seen on the government access channel. No, it was not. I was home. I was trying to find it. You have 2 regular full meetings prior to tonight, yet what is getting shown in the November 3rd meeting over and over again? What happened to November 17th and December 1st? Good question. Other committee meetings as well as other agency meetings are not getting shown, let alone maybe even recorded. Just last Thursday, the Public Education and Government Access Oversight Board meeting was not even recorded, and they are the overseers of the community media channels. Time? Oh, thank you. Why is that? The board is oversized, has had 2 mayoral appointees not filled for about a year, and your appointments to the board do not know nor care about public access. Yet you continue to appoint these people to continue to not reduce continue to not reduce the size of the board. You continue to underfund the operational needs and staffing requirements needed to operate 3 full-time channels with the required in-house hardware and software, yet continue to send funds to Schenectady. You barely fund enough money from the franchise fee on residents' cable television bills, while allowing the rest to get buried in the city's general fund, which only recently was discovered where it was indicated in the budget, but not itemized. The hired person has several other priorities than running the production studio. Weekly, I get former producers asking me why they cannot get into the studio or why the person does not return calls or emails. I remind them that since I am not on the PEG board, I have no control over that, but you do.
Thank you, Mr. Irish.
One sentence?
Thank you so much.
All right. I had one sentence, but that's all right.
Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to you, too. We'll miss you.
Now we're moving on to approval of minutes from previous meetings. Mr. Kimbrough.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer the December 1st of 2025 meeting minutes for approval.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to considerations of local laws. Mr. Conti.
Thank you, Mr. President. I noticed local law E of 2025 asks for its passage and a roll call vote thereon.
Thank you. Can the clerk please read the local law?
A local law amending the charter of the City of Albany in relation to requiring a mid-year update to the annual financial plan.
Discussion on this local law. Mr. Conti.
Thank you, Mr. President. This local law is an amendment to the charter. It provides a small tool to the council to enhance oversight of the city budget, which is the city's fiscal plan. It is patterned after the procedure in state law, state finance law for the state director of the budget, and would require a mid-year update of the city's financial plan reported to the council and the mayor, which would be received on or about August 15th prior to the council actually receiving the proposed budget for the following fiscal year. So it would partly set the stage for consideration of the budget for the following fiscal year. But it is designed to provide the council with information from the budget director, kind of a mid-year check in terms of where we are, any kinds of adjustments that might be made, projections moving forward, et cetera. This does not replace the quarterly reports that the council receives from the treasurer, which unfortunately are not always as timely as they should be. And so that process still continues. But one of the things I've noticed in terms of the budget process this year and in prior is the council really needs information on a timely basis to consider the budget. The budget process, you know, it's a circular process. It's a never-ending, continuously goes on. Council oversight of the budget should also be continuous from start to end in terms of reviewing the budget. And another recommendation moving forward, I think the council, this has been discussed in prior councils, there really is a need for at least a part-time financial analyst for the council to hire, someone who has that fiscal ability to analyze budgets and provide the council with information and data, et cetera, and also to interact year-round with the budget office in terms of getting information. So I think the next council has a lot to do in terms of putting in place mechanisms that give it more authority for budget review, more authority to make adjustments if necessary, and also to hold the administration accountable in terms of providing information, and that would not just be the administration, but that also includes the treasurer's office, providing information on a timely basis that is really essential. I just note that the third quarter financial report from the treasurer, which raises significant red flags going forward for the 2026 budget and whether or not those expenditure and revenue projections are even attainable. Wasn't received until after the council completed action on the 2026 budget. And that's something that really should have been received prior to that to help the council deliberate more. But this local law is just a small tool moving forward. I think it will be helpful in terms of the mid-year assessment, in terms of where we are. But there's a lot of other work I think the next council needs to do in this vein as well. So I appreciate your support tonight. Thank you.
Any further discussion on this local law? Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Anani.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Ballerin.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrow.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Flynn.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Frederick.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Hoey.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Kimbrough.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Love.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Robinson.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Zamer.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
15 in the affirmative.
Local law passes. Reports of standing committees. Ms. Frederick?
Thank you, Mr. President. The Finance Committee met on December 9th to have a discussion on debt and capital projects. We also discussed Local Law E of 2025, which passed out of committee, which we just voted on. Ordinance 30-101-25 and Ordinance 42-101-25 also passed out of committee with unanimous consent and will be voted on this evening. Ordinance 43-101-25 remained in committee in relations to streets. We will seek to discharge it this evening, and if successful, we will also vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. The General Services Committee met December 3rd to discuss the resolution on Larson Way, and it passed with a favorable recommendation, but unfortunately, none of the family members were attend today, so we're going to take it up next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Ballerin?
Thank you, Mr. President. The Planning and Land Use Development Committee meeting met last week on the 8th and the 10th. On the 8th, we passed several ordinances that you have in front of you today with a unanimous consent. And on the 10th, we had a lengthy discussion about housing issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hoey?
Thank you, Mr. President. The Public Safety Committee met earlier today, December 15th, and we went into executive session to discuss personnel matter with the Chief of Police, Cox.
Thank you. Moving right along to report, consideration ordinances. Mr. Ballerin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the following ordinance be considered. Ordinance 16.82.25.
Thank you. Can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance amending Chapter 375 Unified Sustainable Development Ordinance of the Code of the City of Albany in relation to the nonconformity determination process.
Discussion on this ordinance. Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams.
Yes.
Anani.
Yes.
Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti. Farrow.
Yes.
Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Continue on, Mr. Ballin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the following ordinance 17.82.25 be passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance amending Chapter 375 Unified Sustainable Development Ordinance of the Code of the City of Albany in relation to exceptions for vehicle fueling stations.
Any discussion on this ordinance? Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams.
Yes.
Anani.
Yes.
Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
No.
Conti. Farrow.
Yes.
Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
14 in affirmative, 1 no.
Ordinance passes. Continuing on, Ms. Frederick.
Do we do 25?
28.
Ordinance 28-101-25.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. I notice ordinance 28-101-25 and ask for its passage by roll call vote.
Thank you. Can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $1,913,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $1,913,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Police, public safety, IT systems.
Is there any discussion on this ordinance? Seeing none, can the clerk call the roll?
Adams.
Yes.
Anani.
Yes.
Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti. Farrow.
Yes.
Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson. Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Ms. Frederick?
Thank you. I notice ordinance 29-101-25 and ask for its passage.
Thank you. Can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $400,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $400,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Police stations, infrastructures, improvement.
Discussion on this ordinance. Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams.
Yes.
Anani.
Yes.
Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrow.
Yes.
Flynn.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Bless you.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Ms. Frederick?
I notice ordinance 30-101-25 as amended and ask for its passage.
Thank you. Is there any objections to the amended version of this ordinance? Seeing none, can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $1,500,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $1,500,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Police, vehicles, equipment, replacement.
Discussion. Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams.
Yes.
Anani.
Yes.
Valorant.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrow.
Yes.
Flynn.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
We're on below.
Love. Sorry.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 affirmative. I apologize.
Ordinance passes. Ms. Frederick.
I notice ordinance 31-101-25 and ask for its passage.
Thank you. Can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $1,500,000 and authorizing the lease financing or issuance of $1,500,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Fire and emergency service, fire apparatus.
Is there any discussion on this ordinance? Seeing none, can the clerk call the roll?
Adams.
Yes.
Anani.
Yes.
Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrell.
Yes.
Flynn.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 in affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Ms. Frederick.
I notice ordinance 32-101-25 and ask for its passage.
Can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $400,000 and authorizing the lease, financing, or issuance of $400,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Fire and emergency services, fire station infrastructure improvements.
Any discussion on this ordinance? Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams.
Yes.
Anani.
Yes.
Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrell.
Yes.
Flynn.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Keegan.
Yes.
You
Kimbrough.
forgot Johnson.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love. Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 in affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Ms. Frederick.
I notice ordinance 33-101-25 and ask for its passage.
Thank you. Can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $250,000 and authorizing the lease financing or issuance of $250,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Engineering, maintenance, equipment.
Is there any discussion on this ordinance? Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams. Anani.
Yes.
Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrell. Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love. Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 in affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Ms. Frederick.
I notice ordinance 34-101-25 and ask for its passage.
Can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $400,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $400,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Engineering, roadway, striping.
Is there any discussion on this ordinance? Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams.
Yes.
Anani.
Yes.
Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrell. Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love. Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Ms. Frederick.
I notice ordinance 35-101-25 and ask for its passage.
Thank you. Can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $300,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $300,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Engineering, traffic, safety, equipment.
Discussion on this ordinance. Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams.
Yes.
Anani.
Yes.
Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrell.
Yes.
Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love. Yes. Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Ms. Frederick.
I notice ordinance 36-101-25 and ask for its passage.
Thank you. Can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $1,500,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $1,500,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Engineering, traffic signals, improvements.
Discussion. Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams.
Yes.
Anani. Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Pharaoh. Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Ms. Frederick?
I notice ordinance 37-10125 and acts for its passage.
Thank you. Can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $1 million and authorizing the lease financing or issuance of $1 million serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Engineering traffic speed reduction.
Discussion on this ordinance. Seeing none, clerk please call the roll.
Adams.
Yes.
Anani. Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Pharaoh. Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love. Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Ms. Frederick?
I notice ordinance 38-10125 and ask for its passage.
Can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $100,000 and authorizing the lease financing or issuance of $100,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Engineering traffic studies.
Any discussion on this? Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams.
Yes.
Anani. Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Pharaoh. Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Ms. Frederick?
I notice ordinance 39-10125 and acts for its passage.
Can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $4,500,000 and authorizing the lease financing or issuance of $4,500,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Engineering renovations to city buildings.
Discussion. Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Adams. Yes. Anani. Yes. Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Pharaoh. Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson. Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love. Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Ms. Frederick?
I notice ordinance 40-10125 and acts for its passage.
Okay, can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $330,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $55,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Engineering climate smart community planning.
Discussion. Seeing none, can the clerk call the roll?
Adams. Anani. Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Pharaoh. Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson. Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Ms. Frederick?
I notice ordinance 41-10125 and acts for its passage.
Thank you. Can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $1 million and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $1 million serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Engineering ADA compliance.
Any discussion on this ordinance? Seeing none, can the clerk call the roll?
Adams. Yes. Anani. Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Pharaoh. Flynn.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson. Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love. Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Ms. Frederick?
I notice ordinance 42-10125 and acts for its passage.
Thank you. Can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $650,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $650,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Engineering sidewalk reconstruction.
Discussion on this ordinance. Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams.
Yes.
Anani. Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrell. Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson. Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love. Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 in the affirmative.
Thank you. Ms. Frederick?
Did I just do 41 or 42?
Yes, 43.
42. You did.
42, thank you.
I thought it was 40.
Thank you, Mr. President. I make a motion to discharge ordinance 43-10125 out of Finance Committee.
Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Thank you. All those opposed to discharging this out of the committee? Seeing none, motion passes. Ms. Frederick?
Thank you, Mr. President. I notice ordinance 43-10125 and ask for its passage.
Thank you. Can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $14,468,000 and authorizing the lease financing or issuance of $5 million serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Engineering street reconstructions.
Thank you. Discussion. Mr. Ballard?
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the work that's been done by council on many of these bonds and by the Finance Committee. I will not be supporting this bond specifically because my ward did not receive any streets on this list, and I am totally fair about, you know, some wards getting more than others certain years, and I get that, but for the last few years, my ward has not gotten the fair amount that I believe, compared, you know, compared to the need, specifically with the fact that the ward is, has some of the most struggling streets based on the engineer's report. Just want to make sure that's clear. That's based on the engineer's report. We had 60% of our streets were between 1 and 5. So because of that, I will not be supporting this. I did have a meeting, I did have a good conversation with the engineer today. So hopefully there are some opportunities for some changes to this list in the future, as well as some understanding of how I know there's a project on Central Avenue that's going to be going on in 2027. But for the last 3 years, I've been told about this project on Central Avenue. So that is part of my frustration with the process. And again, I've had the conversation with the engineer. So I do look forward to possibly supporting these type of bonding in the future, and hopefully maybe some changes can occur to the upcoming list. But that is the reason I cannot support this at this time, how it's written. But with that said, I do not want it to be held, and I do ask that it be moved forward, because I do know that it's important that we get these through the process so that we can get these other streets taken care of. And that also benefits our city, which benefits all of our residents, because none of our residents just drive on our own ward streets. So, you know, it's a benefit for all of us. But just wanted to explain my reasoning for not supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Anani?
Thank you, Mr. President. It won't come as a surprise, as those who were at the finance meeting, I expressed my concern regarding the lack of investment, particularly when it comes to street paving in the 11th Ward. And as everybody know, I do represent the 10th Ward, but a couple of years ago, we passed the equity agenda, particularly to look at how we look at streets all across our city and looking at how service has been provided in the past and trying to really correct the wrongs that have happened through this building. And I believe that, you know, even with engineering's own report saying that the 11th Ward is one of the worst paved wards, and not to have a single street paved this year or last year through bond is just ridiculous, and it really draw some serious concerns for me. Again, the 11th Ward is a majority minority district, a district that some people feel like sometimes could be forgotten, but I just believe that we in this together, and I think that we have to take a stand, particularly when it comes to engineering, giving us their own report saying that the 11th Ward is one of the worst paved wards and not giving a single street paved is just really concerning, and I just don't know where the motives are. I hope my colleagues will stand in solidarity with our council member from the 11th Ward and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Can the clerk please call the roll? Oh, Mr. Johnson, sorry.
Listen, you know, what I wish for in the city is that we don't have situations where my colleagues don't have any streets. I'm grateful for the streets that the Second Ward got, but, you know, I always talk about equity, and, you know, today I'm gonna stand with the guys in back of me, and you know, we have to do better than that. We can't have it where no ward, a ward doesn't get any streets. That just doesn't sit well with me. The other night when it came across my phone, you know, I thought about it, and I'm gonna stand and support the wards that didn't get it. And as I said, I'm appreciative, but, you know, sometimes we have to support each other and stand together, because you never want to be the odd person in that category that gets none. So I will not be supporting this. And again, I'm grateful. I know it's kind of it's backwards, but I think that we have to support each other. Thank you.
Thank you. See no discussion? Can you clerk please call the roll?
Yes.
Anani.
No.
Valorant.
No.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrell. Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
No.
Keegan.
No.
Kimbrough.
No.
Love.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
10 in the affirmative, 5 no.
Ordinance barely passes. Ordinance passes.
You need 10 votes.
Ms. Frederick.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I notice ordinances 44-101-25 through 55-101-25 and ask for their passage.
Thank you. Can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $650,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $650,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Engineering, streetlight, capital improvements.
Thank you. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams. Yes. Anani. Yes. Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrell. Yes. Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love. Yes. Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Ms. Frederick?
I did a grouping.
Oh, she did? See, I'm sleeping. Go ahead. Clerk, please read the ordinance.
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $7,732,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $6 million serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Engineering, Washington Park traffic reconfiguration.
Discussion on this ordinance. Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams.
Yes.
Anani.
Yes.
Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Farrell. Yes. Flynn.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Frederick,
Yes.
Hoey,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Keegan,
Yes.
Kimbrough,
Yes.
Love, Robinson,
Yes.
Zamer,
Yes.
15 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Madam Clerk?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $1 million and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $1 million serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. General Services, Capitol Hills Rehabilitation and Improvements.
Any discussion on this? Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams,
Yes.
Anani,
Yes.
Valorant,
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Clark,
Yes, co-sponsor.
Conti,
Yes.
Farrow, Flynn,
Yes, co-sponsor.
Frederick,
Yes.
Hoey,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Keegan,
Yes.
Kimbrough,
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Love, Robinson,
Yes.
Zamer,
Yes.
15 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Madam Clerk?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $500,000 and authorizing the lease, financing, or issuance of $500,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. General Services, Automated Public Restrooms.
Any discussion on this ordinance? Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams,
Yes.
Anani,
Yes.
Valorant,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
Farrow, Flynn,
Yes.
Frederick,
Yes.
Hoey,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Keegan,
Yes.
Kimbrough,
Yes.
Love, Robinson, Zamer,
Yes.
15 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Madam Clerk?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $500,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $500,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. General Services, Citywide Irrigation Systems.
Discussion on this? Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams,
Yes.
Anani,
Yes.
Valorant,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Conti,
Yes.
Farrow, Flynn,
Yes.
Frederick,
Yes.
Hoey,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Keegan,
Yes.
Kimbrough,
Yes.
Love, Robinson, Zamer,
Yes.
15 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Madam
An-
Clerk?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $500,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $500,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. General Services, Richfield Park Restroom Rehabilitation.
Any discussion on this? Mr. Anani?
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great day for the city, and I know some people, particularly look at bathrooms as it may seem small, but this really make a huge difference in the people of the Pine Hills neighborhood. Having a clean bathroom is, safe, making sure it's accessible, and also make it is a matter of dignity and also public health. I want to thank Mayor Kathy Sheehan, Commissioner Jones, and also Commissioner of DGS. This is a step in the right direction. We're really excited, and all are welcome to attend the ribbon cutting. This is just another step towards a city that takes care of its people, particularly when it comes to our parks and infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anani, for those moving words. Clerk, please call the roll.
Adams, Anani,
Yes.
Valorant,
Only if I get to break it in. Yes.
Clark,
Yes, co-sponsor.
Conti,
Yes.
Farrow, Flynn,
Co-sponsor, of course.
Frederick,
Yes.
Hoey,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Keegan,
Yes.
Kimbrough,
Yes.
Love, Robinson, Zamer,
Yes.
14 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Madam Clerk?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $250,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $200,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. General Services, Security Fence Installation.
Any discussion on this ordinance? Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams.
Yes.
Anani.
Yes.
Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrell. Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love.
Yes.
Robinson. Zamer.
Yes.
15 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Madam Clerk.
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $300,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $300,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. General Services Storage Structures.
Any discussion on this ordinance?
Move.
Seeing none, clerk call the roll.
Adams.
You save paper.
Anani.
Yes.
Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrell. Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love.
Yes.
Robinson. Zamer.
Yes.
15 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Madam Clerk.
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $2 million and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $200 million serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. General Services, Street and Sidewalk Resurfacing.
Any discussion on this ordinance? Seeing none, can the clerk call the roll?
Adams.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Anani. Valorant.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrell. Flynn.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love.
Yes.
Robinson. Zamer.
Yes.
14 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Continue on, Madam Clerk.
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $250,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance $250,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. General Services, Streetscapes, and Park Fixtures.
Any discussion on this ordinance? Seeing none,
Adams.
Yes.
Anani. Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrell. Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love.
Yes.
Robinson. Zamer.
Yes.
15 in affirmative.
ordinance passes. Continue.
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $250,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $62,500 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Neighborhood Services, Lincoln Park Connector.
Discussion on this ordinance. Seeing none, can the clerk call the roll?
Adams.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Anani. Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrell. Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love.
Yes.
Robinson. Zamer.
Yes.
16 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Continue.
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $135,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $135,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Recreation Court Resurfacing.
Discussion on this. Seeing none,
Adams.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Anani. Valorant.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrell. Flynn.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love.
Yes.
Robinson. Zamer. 15 in the affirmative.
ordinance passes. Ms. Frederick first, because we have Mr. Johnson?
It was about this, and I just hope that they don't wait until September to resurface the courts and, you know, the fall comes so fast. Thank you.
I'll let that slide because we are sleeping, but Ms. Frederick.
Thank you. I notice ordinance 56-10125 as amended and ask for its passage.
Is there any objections to the amended version of this ordinance? Seeing none, okay, motion passes. Madam Clerk?
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $100,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $100,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Recreation equipment.
Discussion on this ordinance. Seeing none?
Adams.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Anani. Valorant.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrell. Flynn.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love. Yes. Robinson. Yes. Zamer.
Yes.
15 in affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Continue.
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $250,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $250,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Recreation playgrounds.
Discussion on this. Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams.
Yes.
Anani. Valorant.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrell.
Yes.
Flynn.
Yes, co-sponsor.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love. Yes. Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 in affirmative.
Ordinance passes.
An ordinance authorizing certain purchases by the City of Albany, New York at a maximum estimated cost of $200,000 and authorizing the lease financing or the issuance of $200,000 serial bond of said city to pay the cost thereof. Recreation spray pads. Excuse me.
Any discussion on this resolution? On this ordinance. Seeing none, can the clerk call the roll?
Adams.
Yes.
Anani. Valorant.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrell.
Yes.
Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes, co-sponsor, please.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love. Robinson. Zamer.
Yes.
15 in the affirmative.
Ordinance passes. And the final bond ordinance of the year. Can the clerk, please read the ordinance?
I thought I did. Did I miss one?
61.
That was it. That was it.
That was 61? Wait a minute. No, wait, hold it, wait.
He can't count, guys.
We have this counting issue. So you just read the ordinance certified development? So we got 61.
58 was the last
Oh,
one.
I just thought it was a bond.
Not a
Okay.
bond.
So we're done with the bond ordinance. Thank you. But we missed the Ballerin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked, notice ordinance 61-111-25 and ask for its passage.
Thank you. Can the clerk please read the ordinance?
An ordinance amending Chapter 375, City of Albany Unified Sustainable Development Ordinance of the Code of the City of Albany in relation to parking lots in MU, FM zoning districts.
Discussion on this ordinance. Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams.
Yes.
Anani. Valorant.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrell. Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love. Yes. Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
15 in affirmative.
Ordinance passes. Moving on to resolutions introduced. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. President. I notice Resolution 142, 122, 25R and ask for a roll call vote thereon.
Thank you. Can the clerk please read the resolution?
A resolution of the Common Council making a determination and findings under the eminent domain procedures law regarding the proposed acquisition of real property for the construction of a solid waste transfer facility.
Any discussion on this resolution? Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, would like to thank everyone who came out and spoke during the public hearing. I think we had a number of details that were shared that were beneficial, but just to remind my colleagues that this determination is whether or not this is for a public use benefit or purpose to be served by the residents, not whether the city has currently offered a fair value on that property. So I think although we may want to insert ourselves into the negotiations, that we have to rely on the administration, I think the party is still going to have an ability to submit their appraisal. There's still a number of steps that have to take place after we make this determination. The detailed resolution in our packets tonight do contain a number of points as to potential environmental impacts that we've considered, and I'd just like to reiterate that that is in the record based on the detailed resolution. We've provided the approximate location for the proposed public project, the reasons for the selection of that. This is adjacent to existing our existing landfill. I think it's an appropriate location. I think it's stated by our engineer that it's not necessarily going to increase the type of traffic or amount of traffic that we already have going to that area and serving that area. And I think this is an appropriate location. And for all those reasons, I hope that my colleagues will support this, understanding that there are still a number of steps under the eminent domain proceeding law that will still have to take place. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Yes.
Present.
No.
Yes.
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 No.
Yes.
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 Resolution passes. Ms. Keegan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to notice Resolution 143-122-25R and ask for its passage.
Thank you. Can the clerk please read the resolution?
Of the Common Council supporting Universal Human Rights Month and Human Rights Day.
Discussion on this. Ms. Keegan?
I'll be quick because it's super late, but I was shocked that we didn't actually have one of these already on the docket with somebody carrying this. And Human Rights Day and the honoring of the Declaration of Human Rights is an incredibly important part of our history and part of our global history. It commemorates the signing of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, which has been one of the most translated documents in existence. It spurned laws on the basis of human rights in over 60 nations since its passage. And I meant to talk about this at Caucus last week because our caucus actually happened to be on Human Rights Day. And I don't want to speak for too long on this, but it's an incredibly important document, and I'm glad to carry the legislation.
Thank you. Since all council members are co-sponsors, we will do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution passes. Continuing on, these resolutions have already been added by majority consent. So, Mr. Clark?
Thank you, Mr. President. Notice Resolution 144, 122, 25R, and ask for roll call.
Thank you. Can the clerk please read the resolution?
A resolution of the Common Council declaring its intent to act as lead agency for the secret review of the Rat Road Transfer Station project.
Any discussion on this resolution? Mr. Ballard?
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be voting no for this as well. I just want to make it clear to the public, I do believe that we need to get this resolved as quickly as possible, but I do have some concerns that today was the first day we've really had some real discussion about this. It was the first day we were able to get the lawyers and actually ask some really in-depth questions, and as well as get some more information from the Pine Bush. I do wish we had more time. I think we should be taking more time on this issue. You know, and again, I know that we don't have a lot of time, and I respect that. But when we are deciding to act in this manner, I do think that we should be given more time to be able to really have a much more open and difficult conversation. So I appreciate what we're able to do today. I do. I just think that we should be able to have more of it. For me, to be honest with you, I'd like to have all three lawyers, the Pine Bush, the city, and the owners, be able to sit and have a back and forth, because there were some points that one lawyer said that another lawyer counted but didn't really have the opportunity to be recounted by the other lawyer. And the same thing with the Pine Bush attorney that was here. So unfortunately, that's not what we're getting before we have to vote on this, which is why I will be voting no. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson and then Mr. Anani.
So I was glad to hear the conversation today, but it was a lot of information that, seemed to be up in the air. I think some things were pointed out that steps haven't been taken, so I will not be supporting this. Just felt real uncomfortable about the back and forth today. Thank you.
Mr. Anani?
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be voting no, just kind of share the same concerns that many of my, the previous speakers said, particularly the new information. Again, it was said earlier that, this is their second home. We found out that to be false. Actually, this is their primary residence. And I also learned that the owner is also a Vietnam vet. Again, when you talk about eminent domain, it's taking somebody's home away for public good, but it's important that we do our due diligence. And I think that we don't have enough information to support this. The attorney said that give them a few days. It looks like we're going to have a special meeting. I don't know if that's been made public, but I hope that in light of that information also, that maybe we could give some time to get the properties assessed before our next meeting, which it looks like there will be a special meeting. So again, I'll be voting no. Taking a property away from a Vietnam vet without a due process is really concerning. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, can the clerk please call the roll?
Adams.
Yes.
Anani.
No.
Valorant.
No.
Clark.
Yes.
Conti.
Yes.
Farrell. Yes. Flynn.
Yes.
Frederick.
Yes.
Hoey.
Yes.
Johnson.
No.
Keegan.
Yes.
Kimbrough.
Yes.
Love. Yes. Robinson.
Yes.
Zamer.
Yes.
12 in the affirmative, 3 no.
Resolution passes. Ms. Zamer?
Thank you, Mr. President. I notice Resolution 146, 122, 25 are and ask for its introduction via majority
We already did that.
Okay,
We
and
already
ask
did that.
for its passage.
Thank you.
Introduction.
Can the clerk please read the resolution?
A resolution of the Common Council condemning the President's anti-American orders of the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, to engage in extrajudicial detentions of the City of Albany community members.
Thank you. Discussion, Ms. Zamer.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you. I realize this is, I think, like the last official business standing between you and adjournment, so I appreciate you giving me a minute. So a few months ago, I listened to a podcast that featured Steve Bannon, one of the original strategists of President Trump's administration, and he used the term muzzle velocity to describe their public relations strategy. The faster the bullets come out of the gun, the less time the victims have to dodge them. In this case, the bullets are extreme policies and rhetoric. The theory is that every day, every few hours if possible, new and radical actions should be taken. Outrageous and confusing speech should be broadcast at a speed that makes it impossible to keep up, impossible to analyze, and impossible to guard against. And so it goes with the current attack on our immigrant populations. Our president has unleashed terror in cities and towns across the country in a way that feels impossible to stop, at least not before layers of irreparable damage have already been done. And before it's done, I have no doubt we will all have been personally affected. Our immigrant neighbors in Albany are terrified. The detention of Albany High School graduate Fernando Isaias Carranza Chuqui, a hard worker with no criminal history, is appalling. And now, because of the heinous actions of one individual in Washington, D.C., an entire population is being punished. Our Afghan community is largely here because they risked their lives to help American military forces in Afghanistan for years. They were promised protection in our country when the United States withdrew from Afghanistan because it was clear that they could be killed or imprisoned for collaborating with Americans. Just a few days ago, Afghan members of our community here in Albany were hauled away by Trump's masked agents. Did a judge sign off on this latest raid? Were there warrants? Were they able to make phone calls, talk to a lawyer? We don't know. We don't even have time to remain focused on this particular outrage for long because the next outrage has already been unleashed, like bullets from an automatic weapon. This resolution may seem useless, but it isn't. We need the public to know we're horrified as elected officials, even though it seems like there's nothing we can do to prevent our residents from being disappeared. We can't ignore it. It can't become normalized. And we have to, at the very least, speak out publicly against it.
Thank you, Ms. Zamer. Mr. Anani.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the sponsor for introducing this resolution. It's a step in the right direction, particularly when you see what's happened this past year under this president's administration. This president has engaged in egregious and illegal actions against our immigrant community in our city, targeting children, families without any accounting for procedure and no due process through his Immigration Custom Enforcement group. The president has engaged in a reign of terror designed to not only scare immigrant families and make them unwelcome here. In Albany, we reject these actions, and we stand with our immigrants who call our city home, who enlighten our culture, and who contribute to our economy. And this resolution is meant to express solidarity with our immigrant community in wake of unjust actions being taken by the federal court and this president. I want to thank all my colleagues for speaking up, but more than just speaking up, I hope that next year when we come back, that we could set federal, state, city dollars aside for those who are facing the immigration court process so they can have some type of assistance when they go to court, legal actions provided for them. Thank you.
Mr. Bauer.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank Councilwoman Zamer for putting this forward. It's horrifying to think people are being separated from their family, people are being separated from their children, people are being taken to countries that they do not know as their own because this is the country that they've known, this is the country that they've grown up in. It's even more horrifying that what brings people to our country, what's made this nation strong, is that people have come here for generations for the freedom to work and the freedom to worship. Two key elements that are bounded to the values of our nation. Yet we are targeting people where they work and now where they worship to go after them, to separate them from their families. So it's wrong. It is anti our core values of what makes us strong. And we have always been strong because we have always been able to attract the best of the best from all over. Those who may have not had the opportunities back home but wanted more and came here to work and earn more. Those who may have not had the skills or may have not had the bloodline to be more where they came from. But here, anyone, no matter where your bloodline came from, you had a chance. Not an easy one, but you had a chat. So for our government to be going after people where they work and where they worship is going against the values that has made this country strong and has made it economically successful. So I appreciate the moving this forward, Councilwoman Zamer. I appreciate that you're bringing this to the forefront because it's important for our residents to know that we stand with them and we don't support this type of actions. Thank you.
Ms. Farrell?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to Councilmember Zamer for bringing this forward. I wanted to note that a lot of times what's happening is unconscionable, but there are fortunately some rights that people still have and ways that we can help people. And our staff has put together some graphics that has been shared on the council webpage. So I definitely encourage people to share that around. Anyone that is in this situation does have rights. They don't have to answer their door. Sometimes people just knowing different things can actually help protect them for a bit longer. And our staff is also working on getting the graphics translated. But please share it out because knowledge is power and it can help people in situations. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you. Quickly, I'll just add, in the daytime, I work as an educator, and one of the focuses that I have is attendance. And you see this stuff happening on TV, but it's starting to hit home when, dads are taken away from their families, and they're the sole providers, and the family is left to have to go back to where they didn't want to be. It just, it's not something that you want to see or want to hear. So I am happily supporting this, and you'll be surprised by the power that we have, and when we take an action, it does count somewhere. Sometimes we don't get to see the benefit of it, but anytime that we stand up to wrong, righteousness has a chance to overtake the wrong. Thank you.
There's no further discussion. Since you're all co-sponsors, let's be a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Resolution passes. Moving on to any miscellaneous business. Ms. Love, and then Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to say, I'm sitting here watching my pastor and Adam clear out the desk. Where you going, Adam? you better save some of that paperwork for next year. I just want to touch lightly on the eminent domain. Nobody down here in this council, maybe my lovely church member, Ms. Drake, remember, but in 1965, and I'm drawing a blank with your name, Frank. Mother used to talk about it all the time. I always use the term, when they say eminent domain, I always use the term, they bamboozle. They just bamboozle people out of their property. In 1965, the Empire State Plaza went up. I know, I was around. They use eminent domain. Richard should know. They use eminent domain. To me, they destroyed a big population of Albany. There was a lot of Italian families down there, black families, white families, that communicate with one another on a daily basis. It was a lovely neighborhood. That's what they wanted. They took their property, gave them fair market value to put up the Empire State Plaza. I say with this property on Rapp Road, I'm just saying what I feel. I don't think they bamboozled this person out of their property. I think, again, this is my opinion, I think that they offered him a certain amount of money. He said yes. Somebody got in his head about the plaza, or could have been anything else, and he came back with a counteroffer, if I'm not mistaken. Am I mistaken with that? Okay, so I'm for this resolution for the eminent domain and moving forward with this. I don't think that we're taking property away from somebody. We're not taking land where we're destroying people's livelihood. I'm thinking with the amount of money they're going to offer him, he'll be okay. That's what I feel about the eminent domain. Like I said, I used to say bamboozle, but I'll go along with eminent domain. And I'd just like to say thank you for the 8 years I've been on the council. We never talked about it, but I worked with Richard Conte long time ago, in the 70s, with Citizen Action, with Karen Sharp and Nancy Burton, Nebraska Brace, and a few others.
You're aging me.
Who?
You're aging me.
Sorry, but then I aged myself. So I worked many years in the community with President Ellis. He was my co-committee person for the New York State Democratic Committee for the 108th Assembly District. We worked closely together with this. I enjoyed working with all you guys. I'm still going to be a pain with some of you, like this one sitting behind me. I'm definitely not going nowhere. I'm going to work in the community. I'm working for Mount Zion Church to make sure our kids and our adults in the community have warm coats, hat, gloves, scarves. This year we gave out sneakers. I'm going to miss some of you guys, but I'm not going anywhere because I'm going to join forces with the organization that we're going to fight for housing. I'm going to be on that committee to fight for housing. So during the summertime and during the spring, I'll be down here. During the wintertime, I'm going to hibernate. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Love. Mr. Robinson?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to talk about just some of the things that highlight some of the things, accomplishments over the past 8 years. Tonight concludes my service on this council, but it does not conclude my commitment to this city. First, I want to thank my family. I want to thank my wife and also my children who had to sacrifice so much over the past 8 years. Oftentimes getting home late, they try to wait up for Dad to get home. But I'm just so grateful for them. We were supposed to go out to eat tonight, and 2 of my daughter's favorite restaurants are closed, and so she's upset right now. But they sacrificed so much for me. I'm deeply grateful to my colleagues for your partnership and your professionalism, even when we disagreed. I'm grateful to the city staff who serve our community every single day, often without recognition, but always with dedication. And I'm grateful to the residents of West Hill, West End, and Arbor Hill in this city who trusted me with their concerns, with their expectations and their hopes. Your voices shaped the work and kept me grounded in what truly matters. I did not enter this work to be popular. I entered it to act with accountability and to be the change I believe my community and this city needed. From the first day to my last, I approached every decision with seriousness, preparation, and a clear understanding that its impact will be felt beyond this chamber. I learned that the true measure of public service is not how well you are heard in this room or how loud you are. It is whether the lives outside of it improve. Whether neighborhoods are stronger, whether families are more stable, whether opportunity is expanded in ways that people can feel it in their daily lives. I didn't get every decision right, but every decision was made with care and concern. I didn't win every vote, but I stood up for every neighborhood. The work before me was significant, but it was never greater than my commitment to changing the narrative of my community and helping the city move forward. A narrative that too often people who look like me are told to expect less, to wait longer, and to be grateful for the crumbs instead of demanding fairness. I wanted to help replace that story with the one that says our neighborhoods are worth investing in, that our children deserve opportunity without apology, that families should be able to build a future without feeling like they have to move to another part of the city to find it. I understand that changing the narrative doesn't always change the statistics right away, but it changes what people believe is possible. And before I step away, I want to encourage the future council with this simple charge: continue to govern with seriousness, respect, and responsibility of this seat, and never lose sight of the people who live with the outcomes of your decisions. I return this seat to the people, confident that the city's best work is still ahead. Just want to say thank you for the opportunity to serve.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Thank you, Mr. Conti.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it's not a 20-minute speech, don't worry about it.
Pardon me?
It's not a 20-minute speech.
Oh, okay, I'm good.
I did that for you. But I'd be remiss not to say a few words. I didn't plan to come back. It wasn't, I was happily retired, but still civically involved. And I think that's important. I was involved in volunteer work, involved in the Human Rights Commission, involved with other activities in the community. And I think we all have an obligation to give back in some way. Elective office is not always the way, but the public service encompasses a whole range of activities, whether it's elective office or public office or volunteer work. And I really do believe we all have that obligation to give back. I wanted to say, as I said, I wasn't planning to be back, but I do really want to express my appreciation to the welcome that I received, the support, and I think we were able, working together, there were a few things that I was able to achieve while I was here the second time around that I'm proud of, especially the charter amendment on civic inclusion, Cabrini Day, which finally we recognize immigrants in that, as well as a person more appropriate to recognize the real reason we had Columbus Day in the first place, renaming the atrium finally, which a lot of people like that. And I think that was good, and getting permit parking done, another important thing. So as I leave, and maybe a message to my colleagues, to Hyde and to Joyce and to Jamel and to who else is going, Sonia, you're not leaving, you're just stepping up over there. And to Corey, there is life after serving on this council, and there are ways to stay involved and that are fulfilling, and I know Joyce is going to do that. Because that's just in her nature. And I know Jamel's going to do that also because that's in his nature and his calling. And I, as I said, I felt like I was comfortably doing what I wanted to do. And I'm looking forward to trying to get back there again in a little less hectic pace than being here and having these late meetings, which, are not always good for you in terms of your health and everything else. But I do want to do that. And I wanted to express again my appreciation to the staff, to everyone who I just got to work with this year. None of you guys were here when I was here last, and I do appreciate the support that all of you provided, and the attentiveness, and the complaints were always behind my back, I suppose. but I do appreciate everything there as well. And, you know, 6 new members coming in, that's a bigger turnover in membership than when I left 4 years ago. And that is a significant turnover, bringing new people in. And so they're going to face, moving forward, we're going to have significant challenges, financial and otherwise, moving into 26 and forward. They're going to need all the support we can provide and to help them move forward in what is going to be a very challenging few years ahead. I don't think we all realize how challenging it might be. So I'm not here tonight, but I do wish them all the best in terms of their ability to handle everything. So with that, I am ready to move on to my second try at retirement. But as I say, still being involved, civic involved, other ways, whatever. I'm not going anyplace because I love the city. I have no desire to move. I love my neighborhood. I love the ward I live in. And I only want the best. And I hope that's what is in our future. And I wish the new electeds, also the mayor and our new chief city auditor, the best. And Kelly, your new role as council president as well. I just wish everybody the best and that we learn how to work together as one community, and that's the way we will achieve what we need to achieve and move the city forward. Because I think the city does have promise. If we all work together and we deal with those challenges head on, I think the city could be positioned for greatness again. So, but thank you, and I'll still be around.
Mr. Nani?
I'll keep it brief. Thank you, Mr. President. And, you know, just thinking about our time together, particularly all my colleagues. You know, I came into the chamber very young, but I just want to thank everyone for their patience. I know there's some times that, you know, as a young person, I always want things, you know, try to move with a sense of urgency. And I know sometimes it rub off some people off the wrong way, but I just want to say that I will miss many of the council members that are leaving. Of course, I'll miss Joyce Love. I remember walking in your neighborhood, you know, with you when you was running for state committee and other times. And the love and appreciation they have for you and your neighborhood is just, it's amazing. And you'll definitely be missed. You know, and the rest of the people that are leaving, from Richard, you know, Reverend Robinson, definitely gonna miss our long conversations and, you know, talking about how we can make the city better. Sonia, Hyde, continue to invite me to, you know, the Bills game. Hopefully, you know, we win this championship this year. You know, I'm definitely gonna miss a lot of people, and Richard Conti for his wealth of knowledge and, you know, always talking about holding administration accountable, particularly when it comes to legislation that we pass and deadlines that we pass and reappointments. So that's definitely going to be missed. And I want to give a special shout out to Council President Corey Ellis. Let's give him a round of applause, by the way. Yeah. Yeah. I'll tell you, I think out of everybody in this room, I've known Corey the longest. I remember when I first met him here in this chamber, and someone was talking about term limits, and at that time, I was kind of opposed to term limits, because I was like, well, if people want to get rid of the politician, they could just vote him out. But, you know, after having conversations with Corey, it just made me understand a little bit about Albany, and we hit it off right away since 2010. You know, I was 110 pounds, but I was still the same height. But Corey, you have been a phenomenal leader for so many black boys in this city. You know, not just with words, but just your action, the way you carry yourself. And I just want to thank you so much for your patience and always willing to listen to me. And also give advice when, you know, some people don't understand me, or giving perspective of how people might perceive some of my remarks. Man, I just want to say thank you so much, Corey, from the bottom of my heart. And I know that this city is better because of you, and you know, because of your actions, and just looking at your story about just you know, being born and raised here in this city, going away to school, Fordham University, and then coming back to give back. And I know that, particularly during those times, you know, you could have went anywhere, you know, and so many African American, you know, young men, they make those tough decisions if they want to be in Albany or go somewhere that somewhere else. And there's always opportunity outside of the city, but you came back because you wanted to give back to this city, because you care about this city, because this city made you who you are. And I know that this city is a better place because of you. Although you know, sometimes we challenge Jerry Jennings for mayor. I would say this: you paved the way for so many African Americans, particularly young black boys, to see themselves in government. And I could tell you this: without you, I would not be here, sitting here in the Common Council chamber. You inspired me in 2010. You inspired me today. And I know that you're going to continue to inspire so many young black boys, black men, and also the entrepreneurs and elected officials. So I just want to thank you, Corey. You mean so much to this city. And I know there would not be a Dorsey Place if it wasn't for Corey Ellis. So I just want to say thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Ballard and then Mr. Johnson.
So I'm going to be brief because I know we've got to get out of here, but I just want to thank all of those members who, this is your last meeting. I want to thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for your time. Thank your family for their sacrifice, because all of you could have been taking this time that you've dedicated years to our city. All of you could have taken this time to be with your family, taking this time to do something, anything else, taking this time to go to the gym. I mean, Rich brought this up many times. This is a sacrifice to our own personal health, to our sleep, to our stress, to our eating properly. And you've all done that for years. And you've all made those sacrifices for years. So whether we agreed or disagreed on any issue, I want you all to know that that is appreciated. That is appreciated because not everybody is willing to do that. But all of you were. And all of you should feel good about the work that you've done. I also want to thank you for the memories. I mean, with some of you, we've been on Zoom, we've been with masks, some of you, we got tear gas together. You know, we've had some memories, and I appreciate those times that we all shared. I appreciate all those times, all those talks, all those conversations about life, about our kids, about our future plans, about our investments, about everything that we care about beyond just what we do in this chamber. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being a part of my life for those last few years. Thank you for your sacrifice for our city. Thank you for your skills and talent. Because some people don't realize that you're all skilled and talented. People pay you good money to give us the advice, which we don't pay you that much money for, but we appreciate it because you give it for the good of our city. So I said I would be brief, and I'm going to honor that. But thank you again, and I look forward to all the work that all of you have moving forward, and hopefully we can be a part of that as well. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you. So I want to stand up because I remember when we first walked in, we stood up when we spoke. And so I just want to say that a lot of times, you know, we leave and, you know, I know I'm frustrated with some of my colleagues, right? But, you know, this is not an easy job that we do, and you are appreciated, right? to Corey Ellis, you know, to a guy that I used to have a problem even saying hello to 8 years ago. And 8 years later, this is my brother, this is my friend. I had a chance to walk side by side with him, and the things that Owusu said made me feel like I needed to say something, because he does this job, he does what he does with an elegance and a grace. You know, you never see him come out of pocket, and it's really hard because a lot of times he gets challenged, he gets treated unfairly. And I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to the late night calls and the early morning calls. People don't know how many times I woke you up in the last 8 years. And so I'm grateful for that. And to my good friend, Jamel Robinson, I just want to say thank you, because you also handled yourself with a lot of class and a lot of dignity. And, you know, we would talk, and I would say, the work that we're doing today is not really going to show, but 80 years from now, when people do research and they look at, you know, the record, they're going to see the effort that, you know, we put together. And not just these three men, but all of us in here, men and women, put together. So I'm appreciative. I'm grateful for the time, for the battles, for the highs and the lows, because that's how we get to today, and it shapes us, you know, going forward. I remember the last time I said to Mike O'Brien, I'm going to have that manila folder every meeting. So I'm starting in January. I'm going to try to do that again, because we can, you know, we do learn from each other, and sometimes it takes us a little bit longer to show it. But I'm grateful for the time that we have in here, because it's not easy, you know, and although we don't hug, we don't shake hands sometimes, it's always love and respect, because you just can't get here. You know, a lot of people say that they want to be a councilman or a councilwoman, and they don't get across the line. They say, what, many are called, but a few are chosen, and we are a few of the chosen ones. So, you know, respect. I wish everybody who's not going to be here next year the best, and, you know, as we said, the best is yet to come.
Ms. Farrell?
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to say it's an honor to serve with everybody in this chamber, but wanted to say a few words to my colleagues that I won't have the opportunity to serve with anymore, because I've appreciated each and every one of you, and your presence on the council, but also all that you've done for the city. And I know you don't sign up for public service and just tap out, so I look forward to continuing to work with every single one of you. But Sonia, it has been an absolute honor. You go into every situation with poise and intelligence, and I appreciate that you are a combination of measured but strong. You persevere through things, and it has been an absolute privilege to serve with you and an inspiration. I'm going to speak to Councilmember Love, but the first thing I would say is she does what she thinks is right every time, and she doesn't waste time doing it. So she is 100% right leaving here. We all should be leaving too. But she's an icon. She has done so much for this city and so much for her community, but every single community in the city of Albany. And I just feel so lucky to have been able to serve with her and learn from her. And she's stuck with me. She's family, as is Councilmember Robinson, who I think he uses his words so judiciously that I feel like every time you speak, it's a mic drop moment. That just makes some of the biggest impacts every time you speak, and you have this presence and leadership. I think it's because you lead with heart, and you see the bigger picture, and you feel it, and you can feel that when you come into a room, and it is so deeply appreciated. Richard, I can't think of anything luckier than getting to serve with you twice. You are someone that is so incredibly dedicated
to the city, but also to the council and the functions of the council, which I think a lot of people don't necessarily appreciate the nuances of, but I don't know where this council would be without Richard Conti being part of it for 25 years, because it is your dedication to the process and procedures in the city, those combinations, that have allowed us to be where we are, allowed us to advocate so that we actually have this amount of staff, because I mean, not that long ago, Richard was doing the work of many of them. So it is an absolute privilege to serve with you again. And Hyde, I've known Hyde for a really long time. Serving with Hyde has been an absolute honor. You go into everything very thoughtfully, and you also are great at the big picture, but you are someone that will roll up your sleeves and do tiny things that no one sees. And I see them a lot. I appreciate them, and I look forward to seeing you in the neighborhood still, and to continuing to partner with you. And we have our president, Mr. Ellis. You are an absolute trailblazer in this city. You're someone whose name I knew the second I moved here. You've made a huge difference, and I know that that difference will continue. One of the things I've truly appreciated serving with you on leadership is your ability to, you have an incredibly acute political brain. You see things the way few people do, and you just have a very elegant way to move through complicated situations that a lot of people can't. And that has done a lot for the city that I think people aren't even aware of. So thank you, all of you, for all of your work. And a quick note, we were supposed to go somewhere afterwards, but we have governed so hard tonight that we closed the bars. So we'll have to gather at a different, a different time. But I look forward to it. Thank you.
Yes, I'd just like to say thank you.
Just really briefly, because I think before I was remiss in not really recognizing Corey. We first met in 2004 when he was a young kid. He never aged, right? But he's also my fellow Fordham alumnus. We share that in common, and I will tell you, during the 21 years or whatever that we've known each other, we've not always agreed, but we've had a good working relationship. I appreciate your friendship, your guidance. Sometimes you listen to me, and I gave you help, hopefully. But I really appreciated that over the years, Corey, and I really, I hope we can continue to have a good relationship, and because there's a lot we can still do together. But I didn't want to, I felt like I forgot that, and I want to make sure you realize how grateful I am for knowing you. Thank you.
Thank you. Just like to say it's an honor and privilege to work with all of you. Mr. Robinson and Ms. Love, the work you did with the West Hill Community Center will stand the test of time. But a lot of work went into that, and really appreciate that. Mr. Conti, thank you for coming back and being a part of this. I'll be bugging you down the road. I'm sure, Jenny, we'll all be hitting you up. Mr. President, we've had a lot of conversations and talked through a lot of stuff. You've been very helpful. You're like my political soundboard. So thank you for that. Thank you to our staff, small but mighty staff. You guys do a lot of work, a lot of hard work, and you make all the difference for all of us. Mr. Clark, the quiet storm over here, thank you for always being thoughtful. Your expertise has been invaluable on the council. So I met you back with Michael O'Brien, so we've been kind of going back and forth for a while, so I hope you don't disappear. Who else? Miss Frederick, 4 years of handling the finances on this thing. You took the bull by the horns, and I mean, you've been knocking it out of the park since you started, getting us through this process with your expertise. We're lucky to have you. I hope you don't disappear. I'm sure you'll still be around in the city, but we won't be able to hit you up and lean on you like we do now. But did I miss anybody that's leaving? No, everyone else will be here. I look forward to working with you guys in the coming years, and You know, we got a lot of work ahead of us. We're coming upon unique times, and we got a lot to get through, and the only way we're going to do it is if we work together. So, thank you. Okay, motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.